Hello, welcome back. In RimWorld, the Empire stands as one of the most powerful factions. Wealthy, ruthless, untouchable. But today, that empire is going to burn. If you haven't seen the first video covering Bean's story and his fateful encounter with Napoleon in an Arctic Ocean world, this is a brief recap of the final moments before and after our main character, Napoleon, and his daughter were left behind. As the Empire's shuttle prepared for departure, Bean and his followers boarded without hesitation. Napoleon's wife, Williams, lingered. Her husband and one of their daughters were missing. But there was no time. Bean was impatient, urging everybody aboard. Torn between searching and securing a future for her remaining children aboard the shuttle, Williams made her choice. She stepped onto the shuttle, praying, hoping that Napoleon would appear, Joanne in his arms. Instead, she was met with the cold, hollow stare of Bean. The doors slammed shut behind him. And with that, all hope was severed. Napoleon was left entombed in a biosculpting pod. Hours later, he awoke, to silence. The hum of industry, the rhythmic pounding of machinery, the voices of his people, all gone. His heart pounded. The realization was slow, suffocating. He had been left behind. Then, a sound. Faint. Distant. The cry of a child. His child. Joanne's wails pierced the emptiness, dragging him from the edge of despair. He stumbled from the pod, searching. And in that moment he understood. He and his daughter had been abandoned, forgotten by Bean, by Williams, by the Empire itself. Betrayed, forgotten, but not broken. Now he will rise from the sands of exile, carving a path of vengeance through the heart of the Empire, and the man who tore his family apart. This is the rise of the Forgotten Dominion. Napoleon stumbles from the ruined escape pod, shielding his daughter from the brutal desert sun. The sand and rough stones stretch endlessly, a barren sea of heat and silence. The air is thick with dust, the ground cracked and lifeless. The sun beats down, merciless, suffocating. There is no food, no water, no salvation. But hope is not what drives him forward. Hatred burns hotter than the sun. He had been abandoned, cast aside like refuse, left to rot while Bean and the others ascended to luxury, drinking the Empire's wine, sleeping in silken sheets. He can see it in his mind. The opulence, the laughter, the warmth of their stolen comfort. They had forgotten him. But he would not forget them. Through sheer will, he drags himself forward. He scavenges what little he can from the ancient ruins nearby. Shattered walls, broken steel, remnants of another lost civilization. Anything to fashion a crude shelter. Joanne must survive. He cannot allow her to perish in this wasteland. The world has buried him, but he would rise. One of the three essentials for survival had been secured: shelter. But survival demanded more: food, temperature control, stability. Napoleon surveyed the land. Though the desert was ruthless, fate had left him one advantage: patches of soil. Rare lifelines in this endless sea of sand. He wasted no time, sowing the first seeds of rice. The desert heat swelled to 48 degrees, a stark contrast to the frozen winds of the Arctic he once called home. The heat clawed at his skin, his body unprepared for this hostile new world. Beneath the brutal sun, he engineered his survival. A standing cooler, a wind turbine, small defenses against an endless inferno. Then, the first threat came. A creature he had never seen before, an iguana, crazed and rabid. A small beast, but in the wastes, even the smallest threats could be fatal. After the battle, Napoleon turned his focus to the next problem, power. His single turbine wasn't enough without batteries. The electronics inside his shelter flickered and strained under the demand. So, with practiced efficiency, he built another, ensuring his fragile existence wouldn't collapse overnight. He scavenged through the skeletal remains of past colonies. A thought took root. His exile would not be nameless. This place, his rebirth, his proving ground, needed a name. The faction would be called the June's Legion. The settlement? Scarred Oasis. Napoleon wasted no time improving the settlement. Beds for rest, a stove for sustenance, a butcher's table for survival. But one problem loomed greater than others. Joanne was hungry. Thinking the iguana's meat would suffice, Napoleon butchered the creature. But the realization struck hard. A child could not survive on raw flesh. She needed proper food. Frantically, he searched for alternatives. Then, in the distance, he saw it, the only fruit-bearing tree in the wasteland. Wild peaches. A fleeting stroke of luck. He gathered, he cooked, and for the first time since their arrival, Joanne ate. Scarred Oasis would not go unnoticed for long. A lone figure crested the horizon, a raider, a pawn of the Cancer partners, armed, desperate, likely forced into the attack. But Napoleon was no stranger to war. The moment the raider stepped within range, Napoleon fired. One shot, then another. The body collapsed into the sand. The first to fall on his path of vengeance. Napoleon's gaze turned towards the ruins of the past. Among them, the ancient mech exostrider. An artifact from another age, now reduced to rust and decay. But within it, a transponder. Destroying the exostrider was risky but necessary. The transponder held knowledge. He constructed a research bench, decrypting the device's secrets. A mechanoid ship, still in orbit, waiting. Napoleon took the risk. He sent the signal for it to land. The sky tore open. The ship descended. Rain lashed against the desert floor as Napoleon stepped forward, the storm echoing the turmoil within him. The cargo? A corpse and a guardian. A tesseron, armed with a beam of pure destruction. Napoleon fought. The searing energy cut through the storm, striking him. His body reeled from the impact. The attack nearly ripping apart his right kidney. But pain was nothing compared to his resolve. Through blood and fire, he emerged victorious. He approached the fallen mechanator, prying the mech link from the corpse. He studied it only for a moment, before driving it into his own skull. A jolt, a surge of electricity, a connection forged between man and machine. Napoleon had become a mechanator, and his dominion was only beginning. The new constructoid builds a stone-cutter table to begin the expansion of Napoleon's legion. Barracks would be first on the list. Steel would be required for progress to be made, so Napoleon began to mine a nearby steel node. Whilst he was mining, a maddened ostrich tried to attack him. The Cancer partners seized the opportunity and attacked not long after the rabid animal was killed. Constructoid 1 then begins to lay the foundations of the barracks. Man and machine working together to achieve the task at hand. A ritual opportunity arises. The secret advent, an effigy of Bean would be constructed and burned. During the burning of Bean, a thunderstorm began. A quite fitting weather event for the occasion. The event turned out terrible. The people of Scarred Oasis will experience a -3 mood debuff for 6 days. A group of cargo pods land nearby. They contain bell peppers. A wanderer then wished to join Napoleon in his quest against the Empire. Her name is Emeko. She is good at mining, cooking, art, and social. Welcome, Emeko. A tribal war merchant caravan arrives, and idles outside the colony for some time. As the colony now has 3 members, they desire a leader and a moral guide. Napoleon then officially becomes the Buried King, making him the leader. Emeko experiences a rapid promotion. As she is good at social, she becomes the Hollow Prophet, making her the moral guide. Before her role change could complete, the Empire decided to strike. 4 well-armed soldiers entered the map, quite a stark contrast compared to the Cancer Partners' raids before. The role change was a success for Emeko. Emeko then used her social skills to sell all of the ancient weaponry that Napoleon had found in the ruins of a past colony. Napoleon then meets his sworn enemy on the edge of the map. 1 vs 4, this combat would be tricky. He requires the help of Emeko. Even though she has a shooting skill of 1, it was enough to turn the tide. The Empire flee. More crops would be sown. Cotton and heel root. A bulk goods trade caravan arrives from Stedlium. Emeko sells them textiles for 353 silver. Caravan was idling outside, and one of the members decided to wander inside and insult Napoleon. He made fun of Napoleon's open-mindedness. After the insult, both Napoleon and Emeko were on the verge of extreme mental break. So the one thing to fix their mood was constructed: a table and chair. A quest from the deserters. They want Napoleon to go and disrupt one of the Empire's aerodrome stations. Aerodrome stations recharge and reload powerful, unmanned aerial vehicles that can bombard targets with powerful salvos of missiles. The station is protected by 3 Imperial guards. Vanilla Factions Expanded Deserters adds a large variety of content to RimWorld, from new quests, intel, which is a currency that can be spent in a contraband shop, and it also adds a visibility mechanic. The visibility system is used to measure how aware the Empire is of the Deserters faction and their activities. So as the Deserters become more of a threat to the Empire will respond accordingly to them. Napoleon begins his path of revenge. He accepts the quest for 17 intel. It will increase the colony's visibility by 5. He caravans towards the Imperial base solo, leaving Emeko to take care of Joanne. Napoleon arrives at the aerodrome station and engages the 3 Imperials stationed there. Good thing for the jump pack he has. The Imperials flee, and he turns his attention towards the infrastructure of the compound, destroying the aerodrome's munitions and battery packs. then moved and accidentally activated an Imperial surveillance pillar, increasing the colony's visibility to 10. Also, an Imperial caravan is inbound to reinforce the station. Napoleon extracts what intel he can from the Imperial buildings and destroys the aerodrome, completing the quest. On his way back to the colony, Napoleon was high on victory. It only satiated a crumb of his hatred towards the Empire, but it was a start. During his raid on the Empire, the colony was left defenseless for a few days. So far, Umeko and Joanne had been lucky. But the luck had ran out. The cancer partners were back. Umeko will have to defend herself and Joanne. Lucky for her, the raider was armed with tox grenades. After the drawn-out conflict, 2 more buildings were planned out. A main room for a bit of everything for now, and a temporary research lab. Napoleon then returned home from his expedition. Joanne then becomes a child. She is a natural at social interaction. These different icons you see in the bio tab are from a mod called Vanilla Skills Expanded. This is a mod that expands on the vanilla skills system by introducing expertise to the extremely broad skill categories that vanilla has. Expertise will allow pawns to truly excel in specific skills that fit their abilities and backstories. This mod also introduces 3 new passion types: critical passion, natural passion, and apathy. Napoleon then begins the construction of the 2 buildings that were planned. Inside the new temporary research room, a mechanoid gestator and subcore encoder were constructed. Napoleon then gestated a lifter mech. It should be ready in 2 days. The plans for a freezer were assigned, located right next to the fields. Some batteries were also constructed inside the lab. The lifter's gestation period was complete. This mech would be a huge help to the colony, freeing up hands to do other more important tasks. Seeming that 2 mechanoids were now in the colony, a mech recharger would be needed. This charger would produce toxic waste packs, a problem for future colonists to solve. Desert attire would be needed to survive this inferno. So Napoleon began to tailor cowboy hats, dusters, pants, and shirts. Lifter 1 was already being useful, hauling various stone chunks closer to the stone cutting table. A quest pop-up. A member of the Slicer Partners is requesting to stay at the colony for 11 days to learn about other cultures. The reward being Isabel. Isabel has strong melee skills. She also has critical passions in construction and social. Napoleon accepts the quest. Joanne has got her hands on a cowboy hat. Another structure was planned next to the freezer, the dining/recreation room. Construction of the freezer was half finished. Soon, food storage would be a problem of the past. Napoleon then learned that a relic of his past was somehow nearby, his old assault rifle. More information about the relic would be needed to locate this item of recent history. A desperate refugee approaches the colony. She claims to have been banished from her previous home. She wants to stay for 14 days. A perfect laborer to cut all of these stone chunks that Hauler 1 and Joanne brought back. The freezer's building was complete. Hauler 1 got to work bringing in all of the food and plant matter. It just needed a cooler now. Napoleon then constructed an electric stone cutting table to speed up the production of stone blocks. Constructoid 1 then built the cooler. The food stores are safe from spoilage. With all of these stone blocks, Napoleon decided to build an outer wall for defense against raids, as all of these new recruits means more raiders. Both of the mechs needed names. Constructoid 1 is known as Boop, and Lifter 1 is known as Marv now. Some caravan animals wander into the map. 2 dromedaries. They are carrying various shell types, components, and books. A slaver from the tribe of Carrera-Gru arrives. Remo, the astrometer, shall be saved. Umeko sells the incendiary and tox shells in exchange for Remo. Remo, importantly, has a burning passion for intellectual, as well as having a critical passion in cooking. The colony would finally have a dedicated researcher. Some days later, the shuttle arrived to collect Fiona. She left and Isabel joined. The refugee that Napoleon saved was fed up with the working conditions and decided to betray the colony. She managed to equip a double-barrel shotgun. Bad luck for her, Napoleon, Umeko, and Isabel were waiting outside the door for her. Those who betray Napoleon are shown no mercy. The dining room was almost finished construction. Time for furniture. It would be made from the rarest of materials here in the desert, wood. A table, chairs, pool table, and a chess table were constructed. The outer wall was coming along nicely. The final section of wall was planned. Just after the final section of wall had finished construction, a raid from the Greenfield Bandits arrived. They were armed with basic firearms. They did not pose much of a threat with the new wall. The Jubilee of Violence, the burning of Bean, was then started. It was a fun festival, giving everybody a +5 mood boost for 6 days. Devil Strand was sown into the remaining soil inside the compound. This crop takes a long time to grow, but the mushroom's textile is extremely effective at insulating from heat. A perfect material to make clothing out of. 2 bedrooms were planned out, as the barracks were beginning to become overcrowded. Microelectronics began to be researched by Remo. This would take a considerable amount of time, as she had limited skills but a desire to learn. Another quest from the deserters. This time they want to bring the destruction toward a control station. The station is protected by 3 Imperial guards and multiple turrets. Napoleon accepts the quest and forms a caravan. He arrives at the station, equipping his tattered power armor ready for combat. The station has a number of turrets covering most of the area, making a direct approach difficult. Napoleon first deals with the Imperial station there. He then finds a blind spot within the turret's view, deconstructs the wall, gaining entry into the base. He then destroys the surveillance console, completing the quest. Before he fled the area, he gathered what little intel was scattered about and opened a supply crate. It contained a healing enhancer. Two wall-mounted coolers were installed in the newly constructed bedrooms, keeping the rooms at a crisp 21 Celsius, that's 69 Fahrenheit for you Americans. A new structure was planned to mirror the building above. Before any construction could take place, a raid from the clan of Oshio, 6 poorly armed Yitkin, one of which would survive the raid. Ku was an aspiring doctor, having 8 points in the skill with a critical passion. She was captured for recruitment. Upon arrival in the makeshift prison, death was just around the corner from extreme blood loss. Isabel managed to stem the bleeding just in time. One of the patched wounds became infected, her chest being the location. Not a good spot for infection, as the only reliable cure to infection is amputation with the colony's current doctoring skills. Emeko attempted to tend to her infection, but it was of little hope, an 8% tend quality. Ku's infection would spread unhindered, ultimately leading to her death. In the end, it was irony that delivered the final blow. Ku's own medical knowledge could have saved her. After the death of Ku, a manhunter pack of 3 cougars approached. The blueprint for the storage room was complete. Then, 2 wind turbines were removed in order to make room for another identical building. This structure would still house the research benches and mechanator buildings, but also contain the crafting buildings temporarily until a workshop was planned out. Another quest from the deserters. The destruction of a shuttle staging post was on order. Napoleon gathered his old armor and set off on his journey. While he was gone, the colony began constructing various cobblestone paths to all the scattered buildings. Napoleon arrives at the Imperial base. He spawns in the middle of it. The map is quite strange as well. Good thing for the jump pack. He jumps away just in time, avoiding the rifle spray of an Imperial soldier. He equips his marine armor in the darkness of a cave and emerges ready to fight. The last soldier is killed and a devastating explosion emanates from their location. Napoleon strips one of the Imperial's armor and weaponry from him. He was wearing a resurrector belt. Resurrector belts are capable of, you guessed it, resurrecting the pawn wearing it. It does take the slot of the jump pack, so when Joanne is older, she can wear it. Napoleon approaches the base and destroys the turrets guarding it. Then attacks the fuel tanks. One was ruptured, causing a fuel explosion. He turned his attention toward the supply crates scattered in the landing zone that was somehow under a mountain. The crates contained a prestige marine helmet of normal quality, a tech print for the transport shuttle, and a charged shotgun. He then destroyed the final fuel tank that didn't burn, completing the quest. Meanwhile, the flooring was finished around the colony, and 2 more bedrooms were planned. 2 of the colony's venerated animals wandered into the map. Thrumbos. Napoleon has had a change of heart. After witnessing and partaking in the murder of these wise, majestic creatures, many times forced by the hand of Bean. The wind turbines were relocated to make room for the bedrooms. Napoleon gestated a second lifter. An infestation inside the Room of Despair. The second lifter has finished its gestation period. It cannot be released as Marv was blocking the interaction spot while charging. A trade caravan also arrived from Stedlium. Emeko sold various items for 50 chem fuel and 743 silver. Marv had finished charging, so Napoleon released Lifter 2, now known as Harry. Harry and Marv. If you know what that is referencing, congratulations. Research has been painfully slow. Remo has been grinding away for a long time now and only gained 1 extra point in intellectual skill. Microelectronics is a little more than 2/3 complete, so Remo applies the transport shuttle tech print that Napoleon looted from the Imperial base. This gave her a significant boost towards level 7. A second research bench was also constructed for any idle colonists to lend a helping hand. A meteor shower occurred. Only 1 useful steel meteor crashed nearby. Another building was constructed to house future chemfield generators. Microelectronics research had been completed, and a transport pod crashed nearby containing Orthorift. A fast-learning sanguine dirt mole who was an excellent doctor. She was captured for recruitment. Joanne's first growth moment. She obtained the groundbreaker trait and gained a passion for intellectual skill. As microelectronics research had completed, a high-tech research bench was constructed in order to access the higher tiers of technology. A second building was planned next to the future chemfuel generator building. This structure would house the means of producing chemfuel. A man-hunting pack of cougars attacked the same time a trade caravan was here to conduct business. One of the caravan's members was mauled badly. He was rescued for diplomatic reasons and will be released when he is fully healed. Then another man-hunting pack of iguanas attacked. They sound so strange. There was not much to do with all of these manhunters outside the walls, so Joanne and Remo decided to expand their prefrontal cortex by doing a little reading. The chemfuel production building was complete, so a biofuel refinery was placed as well as concrete flooring. The excess rice would be used to make the fuel. Components were running low. 4 were needed to construct a comms console. Then, an exotic goods trader from the Strong clan arrived. They sold Emeko 31 components. One of the caravanners was so old and diseased. He was 91 and had hearing loss in both ears, frail, asthma, a bad back, and chronic kidney disease. Poor old man. The comms console was built and Napoleon contacted the deserters. This is how the destruction of the Empire will take place. Napoleon contacts the deserters and pays with intel for quests to attack increasingly harder Imperial nobles. These quests have 3 ways to do so, with their own positive and negatives. Napoleon summons the Diabolus to attack, using the comms console. It should arrive within hours or days. It arrives with 3 Minotaur guards. The heavily armored beast is combated. and after some time is defeated and drops the signal chip. This chip is used to progress towards more advanced mechanoids and gear for Napoleon to aid his cause. Young vagabonds desire aid. Gudola has a burning passion for crafting and intellectual skill. He was captured without incident. The outer wall was expanded upon, but not before another manhunter pack approached. Remo was finally converted by Emeko to the Forgotten Dominion. Industrial generator research had completed. Standard mech tech was next. 2 industrial generators were planned in the generator room. They make 2,400 watts of power each. 2 of the wind turbines were deconstructed again for the final time. 2 more bedrooms would take their place. The Empire was back with vengeance in mind, sending a raiding force with the Psycaster in cataphract armor leading the charge. Napoleon raided the storage room for any useful weaponry. He found out that a charged shotgun has better armor penetration than an assault rifle. During the raid, the Psycaster strangely did not use his abilities. The Imperials fled, leaving behind their wounded to be stripped of armor. Now that the standards of the colonists have increased, they desire the various buildings attached to the ideology, like the ritual spot and the 2 sculptures. Napoleon built an artwork bench to sculpt the shape of war and the desert sands. These buildings would need a temple to be housed in. So the outer wall was expanded again to make room for the new structure to be planned. Before any of the walls were planned, Remo had finished her research on standard mech tech, allowing the War Queen to be summoned. The next step to unlocking the secrets of this ancient technology. A large mech gestator was constructed inside the now very crowded research lab. Only after it was finished construction, Napoleon found out that a subcore soft scanner was needed to progress to the larger mechs. This scanner needs live subjects to create subcores. The only issue being that the colony is lacking plasteel to construct the scanner. As the average shooting skill of the colony was subpar, more shooting targets were constructed to hopefully improve the colonists' defensive capabilities. Another meteor shower event occurred. This time 2 valuable rocks fell from orbit, a gold and steel meteor. Gudola, the child, was recruited from prison. Once he has grown up, he will be an excellent addition to the science team. The colonists seem to enjoy their new recreation type. The burning of Bean was held in an empty field to find the ideal location to place the walls for the new temple. Then a wave of sickness plagued the colony. First, a bad batch of meals gave Gudola and Remo food poisoning, and a short time later, gut worms were also contracted by Joanne, Emeko, Gudola, and Ortharift. The temple's flooring was planned. This would take a long time to complete as the colony had very limited stone bricks for the task. A bulk goods trader from the Strong clan approached. Emeko sold 1,000 cloth for 22 components. Then a drop pod raid from the Orange Cliff settlement attacked, landing in the center of the colony. Remo was caught outside and was down just before she could reach the safety of the armory. As all of the colony was arming and armoring themselves in the armory, the raiders' attention was turned towards the fields. Once the raid was dealt with, the crop fire was uncontrollable, with so few hands available. So around 80% of the Devil Strand was lost, as well as most of the food producing crops to the fire. 55 Devil Strand mushrooms survived. Devil Strand cowboy hats, dusters, pants, and t-shirts were then queued for production. A member of the Strong Clan then fell from a drop pod. We rescued him again for diplomatic reasons. Thorift was then recruited. Finally, the colony has a good doctor. With all these future buildings in mind, another electric stonecutter table was constructed. The outer wall was extended in the south to make room for the new prison, research lab, and mechanoid production buildings. Thorift then received a nickname. She is now known as Val. Gudola also then became an adult, finally being able to conduct research. The old wall is torn down. An off-map mechanoid smoke spewer then begins to harass the colony. As all of the crops were destroyed in a fire, as well as the colony only having 1,000 rice stored in the freezer, this threat must be dealt with swiftly or a famine could take root. Napoleon sets off on his short journey to the mech cluster. He arrives at the location of the smoke spewer and discovers what looks like a ruin of some sort of hospital. He takes one of the beds with him. With the smoke spewer destroyed, the rice and eggplants can now grow unhindered by the lack of sunlight. This structure would be the new research laboratory, with a prison attached to the south of it. The subcore soft scanner was placed nearby to the prison, as it would be used to create the cores for future, more advanced mechanoids. Isabel then could gain an expertise in the construction skill. The choices were between flooring, repairing, architecture, building, or smoothing. She became an expert in building, making her able to construct a massive amount of buildings quickly and efficiently. Napoleon then gestated another lifter mechanoid. An orbital industrial complex trader then contacted the comms console. And Mecho answered, trading 1,000 cloth and 765 silver for 58 components. Another quest from the deserters. They have informed Napoleon of an Imperial Max-Pack convoy forced to make an emergency stop. They wish for him to destroy the convoy and its occupants for 20 intel. This will raise the visibility of the Forgotten Dominion by 6. Whilst Napoleon was caravanning toward the Imperial convoy, the research lab was blueprinted and began construction. Napoleon arrived at the convoy's location and discovered the reason for their emergency stop. A vicious sandstorm was battering the area. This reduction in visibility made the accuracy of firearms very poor. Napoleon dealt with the Imperials eventually and destroyed the Max Pack, completing the quest. The food stores were looking sparse. Lucky that the crops had finally mostly grown to maturity. Napoleon then arrived back from his quest and released the new lifter mech from its gestation pod, naming it Kevin. The new mechanoid production and charging building was finished construction. So chargers, gestators, small and large, and flooring was blueprinted inside the empty room. With so much time passed, the temple's flooring was almost complete. During Isabel's final push to finish the flooring, deep drilling was researched. Next on the list was a ground-penetrating scanner, the next step towards self-reliance for raw materials. Isabel finally completed the flooring of the temple. As well as many other construction projects around the colony, at rapid speeds. A machining table was planned and constructed to create a set of EMP grenades just in case of a mechanoid raid. Joanne then experienced her second growth moment after reaching the age of 10. She gained passions in mining, intellectual, and social. The trait she received was thick-skinned. One of the local ancient dangers was raided for future colonists. Ferret, Donkey, and Tracker were the only ones to survive. They were quickly whisked away to prison for re-education. Napoleon then opened the Hermetic Crate. It contained an extremely valuable tech print for cataphract armor. Some of the prisoners were not ideal colonists, so they would be used to produce subcores for Napoleon's future mechanoid army. Donkey was the first test subject for the subcore soft scanner. Napoleon's first standard subcore, Donkey emerged from the pod with scanning sickness. The pod disturbs the brain's chemistry and affects the consciousness, moving, and manipulation of the scanned individual temporarily. The standard subcore was used to gestate a Scyther. The waste pack problem still goes unsolved. Seeming that Val has adequate medical skills, Napoleon insisted upon installing the healing enhancer and immuno enhancer into his body. The first surgery was a success. Napoleon would now heal at a rate of 150% thanks to the healing enhancer. The second surgery was botched. This affected relations between Napoleon and Val slightly. After recovering from his failed surgery, Napoleon decided to spend the intel he gathered. He contacts the deserters and purchases 2 charge rifles of normal quality. As these items are contraband and likely stolen from some Imperial base, they are, instead of the traditional drop pod deposit, they are dead dropped at a secret location. Isabel will have to caravan for a couple of days to collect the weaponry. She was about halfway there when another infestation burrowed into the Room of Despair. Lucky that the bug's first instinct is to flee in fear upon hearing the crack of gunfire. The bugs are dealt with after attacking the mechanoids working in peace. During the final fight, Isabel arrived at the dead drop location, a small shack on a beach. She collected the weapons and left the area, arriving back at the colony a day later. The first large mechanoid has finished its gestation cycle. The Scyther is released by Napoleon and is given the very original name of Snippy. Snippy would then get a chance to prove the effectiveness of steel over flesh when a large group of shamblers assaulted the colony. A worthwhile investment. Snippy saved many from injury. Donkey, Ferret and Tracker then decided to break out of confinement. This was met with a beating. A psychic soothe that affected all females in the colony provided a good reason to summon the War Queen mechanoid to attack. A mech band antenna was hastily constructed to coerce it toward the colony. Moments later, the War Queen arrived with an entourage of supporting mechs, 5 pikemen and 2 scythers. The War Queen is a slow-moving mechanoid commander that spawns waves of war urchins, overwhelming targets with numbers rather than direct firepower. Napoleon's plan was to conduct lightning guerrilla attacks on the heavily armed and armoured mechs, darting in and out of the many doors around the walls, to fire a few bursts before retreating to another door. In theory, this was a sound plan, but in practice, some of the War Queen's urchins were destroyed in one of the doorways, holding it open and allowing the mechs to breach the colony's defences. Fortunately, Joanne had EMP grenades. They were enough to hinder the attacking force, but the distraction left her exposed. A pikeman targeted her, and a shot to the chest destroyed her stomach. Luckily, not a mortal wound in RimWorld terms. Seeing this, Umeko quickly regrouped the colonists and deployed the shield pack she carried on her back. Snippy once again proved his worth by solely distracting the War Queen, buying the other's time. Eventually, the War Queen was defeated, dropping the power focus chip. Just after this victory, some more vagabonds wished for charity. Many of them being good colonists, a mass abduction was planned for. This went terribly. Napoleon was the only one to capture a prisoner, the others perished. Alden was a good future crafter. Another prisoner is selected for soft scanning, as Napoleon wants another scyther to protect him. For this, Napoleon would need more bandwidth, so for now, an air wire headset would be crafted. giving him 3 more bandwidth. He then analysed the power focus chip dropped by the War Queen. Unlocking the next tier of mechanoid research, High Mech Tech. To unlock this research, a multi-analyzer would be needed. One was planned for inside the lab. Desperate for components, Napoleon raided the final ancient danger on the map, hoping for a miracle. No components were inside the structure. Instead, 4 more prisoners were captured. Pig, Grey, Habanero, and Orange. All excellent future colonists. Many future soldiers of the Forgotten Dominion were currently held in incarceration, slowly being re-educated to believe the ways of Napoleon and his followers. A quest prompt from the Strong clan. They want their pet raccoon, Emotionless, to stay at the colony and receive treatment for its blood rot. Napoleon accepts the quest to maintain relations with the Strong clan. Gudola has reached 15 in intellectual. He can now gain an expertise. He gained an expertise in researching. A piece of dangerous contraband was removed from the prison, and Pig got an infection in his left leg. He also suffered from chronic kidney disease, so some healthier kidneys would need to be sourced. Bad luck for Tracker, he had the worst skills and traits, so he was chosen for the organ harvest. All of these future colonists would consume more food, so some more arable land was sown with rice, and not so arable land was sown with potatoes. In the cramped prison quarters, the organ harvesting surgeries took place successfully. For the organs to be transplanted, some research would need to be done first. Tracker finally perished after the removal of his kidneys, 1 lung, and his stomach. A second Scyther was gestated. Pig's infection was spreading rapidly. Val had failed to control the bacteria with herbal medicine, so emergency surgery was undertaken. His left leg was amputated. After seeing this mistreatment of Tracker and Pig, the remaining prisoners decided to break out again. Unfortunately, during the riot, Habanero was beaten to death and Grey was shot and killed. The walls would again be expanded upon to make room for more colonist bedrooms. 3 shamblers then approached. Kevin was outside collecting rock chunks and was cornered by the 3 undead. He was torn to pieces. The shamblers were killed, and Kevin was taken to the gestation pod to be resurrected. A black market orbital trader contacts the colony. Connor Solutions is selling slaves, one of which is good at cooking, Neville, the kind, fast-walking, thin-skinned baseliner. Napoleon sold all of the colony's weaponry and clothing to save Neville from slavery. Before Neville can integrate into Napoleon's society, he must be re-educated to follow the Forgotten Dominion's ways like all the others. Neville's incarceration marked the beginning of Alden's emancipation and integration into the colony. Then, Napoleon's worst nightmare became a reality. The Shattered Empire besieged the colony. 11 well-armed and armored soldiers began setting up 2 artillery pieces on the outskirts of the map. The one fortunate thing was that they attacked from the side, where a wall extension was under construction, providing at least some minimal cover for the defenders. Remo and Gudola began taking potshots at Imperial soldiers within range, hoping to provoke them into abandoning their cannons and launching a direct assault on the colony instead. Remo was strafed by gunfire, hit several times, and downed in the open. Napoleon rushed to her aid, carrying her back to the safety of the wall. The plan worked. Gudola fired another burst from her bullpup rifle, provoking the Imperials to abandon their setup and charge the colony. During the hasty retreat, Val was caught outside carrying Remo. She made it inside just in time, but one Imperial soldier slipped through the door before it closed and downed her. Snippy, Isabel, and others quickly responded to recover both of them. The fight is far from over. With 2 colonists already down, the colony's defensive line was compromised. A group of Imperials broke through one of the granite doors on the east side of the wall. Emeko collapsed, not from enemy fire, but from a catatonic breakdown. Her resolve shattered under the pressure of the siege. The last of the Imperials breached the walls, closely pursuing the retreating defenders. This was shaping up to be Napoleon's final stand, his potential Waterloo. Alden proved his loyalty to Napoleon with a display of heroic defiance. Armed with nothing but a Hellcat rifle and no armor, he stood between Napoleon and the attackers, setting any soldier ablaze who dared approach. His actions managed to turn the tide of the battle, just barely saving the colony. But Alden slightly undid his own redemption. During the triage and recovery, he got into a social fight with Val, the colony's only capable doctor, and downed her in a single hit, whilst she was tending to his own gunshot wounds. If another raid followed the Empire's attack, there would be only one outcome: doom. The second Scyther had finished gestation. Napoleon, on edge, released it immediately, naming it Snappy. The only good thing to come out of the raid was the artillery piece, shells, and components that the Empire left behind. Throughout the defense and recovery of the colony, Emotionless, the raccoon of the Strong Clan, died from untreated blood rot. Relations deteriorated by a small amount. The multi-analyzer was finally constructed, allowing higher tech levels to be researched. The research required for organ transplantation was complete, allowing Joanne to receive her new stomach. The surgery was a success. As toxic waste packs were starting to overcrowd the freezer, the empty shell of a building Napoleon had no idea what to do with would become the hazardous materials storage room. Chilled to -10 degrees Celsius, it did not allow any waste packs to dissolve into the sand below. A quest calling for yet again the destruction of an Imperial aerodrone station. For the completion of this quest, Napoleon will be rewarded with 27 intel at the cost of raising the colony's visibility by 9. Pig and Orange have become lovers during their incarceration. Napoleon sets off toward the Imperial base with his small but effective mech strike force. More future colonists will be released from prison soon, so more bedrooms must be constructed. Napoleon arrives at the Aerodrome station. It's guarded by 3 Imperial soldiers. He positions Snippy and Snappy behind a small outcrop of rocks, waiting to ambush the unknowing Imperials. The Empire began their counterattack, charging toward the single raider in their eyes, only to be greeted by the blades of 2 scythers around the corner. They are cut down. During this raid, the colony has not been idle, researching high mech tech and recruiting Pig. After defeating the soldiers, Napoleon turns his attention towards the objective and destroys the drone, completing the quest. The dedicated researchers at the colony began to uncover the secrets of fabrication. Donkey is recruited, Ferret not long after. The first real harvest of Devilstrand was being reaped. Fabrication had completed research. 2 fabrication tables were planned for inside the workshop. The 12 components required for its construction were missing still, as the colony somewhat has been experiencing a shortage of components. Good thing for another well-timed trader. Napoleon sold all of the colony's chem fuel reserves and 57 steel to be able to afford 12 components. The components landed and Isabel began to construct the first table, unlocking the production of components. Full self-reliance was just around the corner. Neville, the freed slave, was recruited. Alden and Val became lovers. With, for now, a slow but steady supply of components being fabricated by Ferret, a deep drilling operation would need to be established in order to supply the crafters with raw materials. Boop the Constructoid built the second fabrication table. A heatwave soon radiated across the colony, followed by a raid from the Black Forest settlement dropping on the outskirts of the map. A perfect opportunity for Napoleon to test his newly repossessed artillery piece. Loaded with shrapnel shells, it was used to devastating effect. Few prisoners were captured after the attack. Foxy, Keller, and Levin. Foxy died of blood loss in prison. Then a shuttle crashed nearby. 3 survivors. Joaquin, who was unwaveringly loyal, Pansy, and Connor. Napoleon thought the puny wall coolers would be sufficient to deal with the now swelling heat. The outside temperature was at 71 Celsius, 160 Fahrenheit, or 344.15 Kelvin. The prison apparently did not have sufficient cooling. Connor died of heat stroke. 2 emergency passive coolers were constructed in both prisons. A geothermal power generator was then blueprinted. Imeco then began to extract plasteel from the ground using the deep drill. This plasteel source would be used to create many more future mechanoids. Speaking of future mechanoids, here is an agri hand that I forgot to show being released from the gestation pod. Its name is Bucket. Bucket will help Napoleon sow the ever-growing fields. For more mechs to be gestated, Napoleon will have to increase his bandwidth again. So, an array headset was crafted. This headset was double the bandwidth of the previous one, bringing his total up to 12 bandwidth. Joanne finally has become an adult. She gained passions in social, intellectual, and mining. Choosing her trait was difficult, as there was so many good options. In the end, she became a fast learner. The east and south side of the outer wall was in its final place. Now, another layer was added onto it, to slow down future breach raids. During the construction of this wall, artillery was researched as well as Pig's proposal to Orange being successful. The two of them are now engaged. An artillery emplacement was planned for in the southeast of the colony. With 204 toxic waste packs piled up in the deep freezer, their mitosis-like proliferation was starting to alarm Napoleon. A real solution to this exponential problem would need to be found, and soon. Temporary storage would no longer cut it. Orange was recruited. Napoleon then released his latest creation from the gestation pod, a clean sweeper he named Stercolinus, after the Roman god of odor. Stercolinus would roam the halls cleaning, a worthy combatant in the war against grime and filth. The artillery emplacement was coming along nicely. 2 more cannons would be placed around the central armoured shack to store the volatile munitions. The deep drills extracting steel inside the workshop then disturbed the insectoids. The bugs did not stand a chance. The Room of Despair is expanded upon to store more rotting corpses. Remo and Neville have become lovers. Napoleon gestated another Scyther. Two more artillery pieces were added onto the gun emplacement. Upon completion of the blueprints, several massive spaceships engaged each other in the planet's orbit. The debris field is close to the northeast of the colony, luckily. The Room of Despair underwent upgrades. Imeco and others undertook the task of tunneling 2 extra chambers above the main room. Before any upgrades could be installed, a horde of shamblers approached the colony. Left undisturbed, they should not attack. These newly dug chambers would be used to store flammable materials and vent the heat into the main room for efficient bug extermination. Napoleon's 3rd Scyther had finished gestation. He named it Shanker. By order of the Supreme Leader Napoleon, flak helmets, vests, and pants were billed for tailoring. The Bug Incinerator 9000 was filled with wooden barricades in preparation for an infestation. Next, hydroponic basins were constructed alongside the walls of the main walkway. For now, 6 growing cycloid plants. Alden was critically passionate about crafting, so he would receive the Archrotech arm that was found in the Ancient Danger, in order to speed up the fabrication of components. Donkey was his surgeon. She only had a medical skill of 9, so this operation was at risk of failure. Luckily for Alden, she succeeded. There is a slight homeless problem within the colony's walls, so 4 more bedrooms would be blueprinted. Then, Levin was recruited from prison. Pig threw a party inside the dining room. This boosted all attendees' moods. The bedrooms were half finished constructing. Another geothermal vent was tapped for its free energy. Research was directed toward the new mod I have installed, Luciferium Expanded. This mod adds a balanced way to produce Luciferium and Luciferium-like drugs in the late game. Luciferium Expansion adds 10 new machines, 6 drugs, 2 resources, and a scarlet sludge network. But for production to start, a monumental amount of research must be completed, as well as the material costs of these buildings. So for now, the research will be slowly chipped away at until the colony can afford to construct these buildings. Levin and Keller became lovers. First marriage, Orange and Pig held their ceremony inside the dining room. A new quest became available from the deserters, once again calling for the sabotage of an aerodrone station. The reward, 51 intel. The cost, a 17-point increase in colony visibility. Fortunately, the colony's current visibility sat at 0. For those wondering about earlier quests that raised the colony's visibility, it slowly deteriorates over time. Napoleon accepted the mission, blissfully unaware of the 9 heavily armed Imperial soldiers guarding the site. His confidence came from his newly constructed artillery cannons, gleaming steel monstrosities capable of targeting locations off-map. His plan was simple: caravan to the edge of the target tile with his 3 Scyther bodyguards, transmit the coordinates back to the colony, and have the gunners reduce the site to ash. Joanne, Emeko, Remo, and Isabel manned the guns back at home as Napoleon approached the station. He relayed the location of the Imperials, and the first salvo was fired. The Empire must have detected the shells hurtling towards the location of the station, and immediately alerted the soldiers that were idling in the targeted location. The guards launched a counterattack towards Napoleon's position. The artillery shells landed, 30 seconds too late. By then, the first Imperials were moments away from making contact. Napoleon had expected them to be obliterated, or at least wounded, after hearing the distant thunder of the blasts. But they arrived with weapons drawn and armor still pristine. Outnumbered and outgunned, Napoleon initiated a panicked retreat. Then came the worst blow. As he exited the map, he lost all 3 Scythers. I'm pretty sure that this was a bug. But this failed attack needed a consequence. So the story is this. The mechs stayed behind to buy him time, cutting down as many Imperial thralls as they could, while their master escaped into the wilderness. Even a small station like this was a shocking reminder of the Shattered Empire's might. Out of enragement and spite, Napoleon ordered the guns to continue firing volleys of shells. This would slowly destroy the base, but the colony ran out of shells at 83% destruction. Whilst more shells were being manufactured, an outer wall extension was planned on the west side of the colony, gaining another large field of soil for planting. Another deep drilling infestation was triggered by Emeko and Joanne extracting steel. Napoleon arrived back at the colony with nothing. Re-establishing some defensive mechanoids would be a strategic priority, so another large mechanoid gestator was constructed. By then, more shells were fresh off the production line, so the bombardment resumed, destroying the Imperial station. Sadly, this did not guarantee the destruction of the objective, so the quest reward was not sent by the deserters. Remo and Neville are now engaged. A bulk goods trader from the Strong clan arrived. Joanne sold all of the colony's tattered clothing and recreational substances for a hefty sum of 1,489 silver. In preparation for Napoleon's recreation and expansion of his mechanoid strike force, 9 mech band antennas were blueprinted. Finally, Napoleon had his chance to test his automatic bug exterminator 9000. An infestation burrowed up into the room of despair. Levin was the closest, so he grabbed the Molotovs and set the wooden barricades alight. The temperature slowly rose inside the room, until the bugs began to combust. They panicked and tried to tunnel through the thick granite walls. After the successful test of the prototype, version 2 was upgraded with granite and sandstone walls instead of the raw, uncut stone. Mimeko could then gain an expertise in the mining skill. She gained her expertise in drilling. Not long after, Donkey could also gain her expertise in the intellectual skill. She gained her expertise in synthesizing. Given that the future was leading toward recreational substance production and export, a lab was planned for to the east of the colony. Val and Alden held their wedding inside the dining room. Just as the wedding started, a black market trader contacted the colony, offering various hard-to-obtain items. The items that caught Joanne's eye were the standard subcores that OK Consortium were selling for 380 silver each. She bought 8 cores and sold the colony's Devilstrand Cowboy Hat Reserve. Alden and Val are wed, and the entire colony is experiencing a massive boost in mood. To disrupt this high, an off-map mechanoid cluster began to create clouds of fog around the colony. Napoleon, Remo, and Ferret caravaned toward the mech cluster. While they were gone, a leathery stranger approached the colony and wanted to talk. He was ignored and was beginning to become upset about it. So those that remained all gathered outside to welcome him. Napoleon and others arrived at the mech cluster. Destroyed it easily, and turned their attention toward a component mining site not far away from their location. They began their slight detour to the mining site containing 64 components. With 3 of the colony's best shooters gone walkabout, the Orange Cliff settlement attacked at the perfect moment. Another chance to prove these artillery pieces' worth. If only the accuracy was a little better. After a couple of volleys of cannon fire, they attacked the walls. After dealing with the raiders, Napoleon, Remo, and Ferret arrived at the mining worksite, ready to steal the valuable components. Again, the strategy of bombardment was tested. Orange, Levin, Alden, and Pig manned the cannons and awaited the coordinates to be relayed by Napoleon. After one near miss, the Neanderthals counterattacked. This was tricky combat, as again Napoleon underestimated his enemy. They eventually fled. The spoils of war, 64 components. They were gathered, and the caravan set off toward home. Napoleon's caravan arrives back at the colony after repossessing the valuable components. Remo is pregnant. The colony's first native child is on the way. A bulk goods trader from Stedlium arrived, and relieved the colony of its steel scarcity. It was only 375 steel, but it was enough to kickstart the next deep drilling operation in the fields within the walls. This new deep drilling operation quickly disturbed the insectoids again, and they burrowed up toward the surface, ready to attack whatever was causing the disturbance to their underground home. Napoleon started to gestate another agri-hand to help with the rapidly expanding fields. Not long after, another deep drill infestation burrowed up. After the bugs were dealt with, a mechanoid raiding party arrived. They were all ranged units consisting of pikemen, lancers, and one tesseron. In the quiet before the storm, Levin proposed marriage to Keller. She accepted. The mechs then began their assault. Napoleon's defensive strategy was questionable, resulting in the injury of a few colonists. But in the end, they were defeated. After this attack, replacing various body parts lost due to combat became a necessity to improve colony efficiency. So a bionic workbench was planned for. Napoleon's Agrihan was ready and released from the gestation pod. It was named Ratchet. Another heatwave then washed over the colony, hopefully not as severe as the previous one. Then another real infestation, not in the ideal position this time. The bugs burrowed up inside one of the exposed ancient dangers. Napoleon's first strategy to combat the bugs was similar to his previous one. Entomb the bugs inside a room and start a fire. He went to construct the walls to trap the bugs inside, and they woke up from the sound of building. Napoleon fled back to within the safety of the walls. The next idea was to use the tox gas shells to silently poison the bugs from afar. The shell landed and began to spew toxic gas throughout the room's interior. The bugs remained unaffected by the gas. Another strategy would need to be discovered before the hives reached critical mass. Whilst the colony was brainstorming ideas on how to deal with the insectoid menace, Napoleon gestated 2 tunnelers. Tunnelers are heavy mechs designed for mining in treacherous locations. They are intended for mining, though their gigantic power claws and ultra-thick armor make them a dangerous force in combat, especially in melee blocking. The colony's chem fuel reserves were empty, as the rice used to make the fuel was eaten. So, a pump jack was constructed above a deep chem reserve, and it began to eject unrefined petrochemicals ready for manual refinement. With a new chem fuel source obtained, Alden began to manufacture incendiary shells, the final attempt at quelling the vermination of the insectoids as their hives were beginning to expand. Napoleon, Demeco, Joanne, and Neville manned the cannons primed with incendiary shells. They fired an opening salvo, and one shell came close to hitting some of the hives. In turn, the bugs were disturbed enough to begin attacking the walls. During the extermination of the last bugs, a large social fight erupted between 4 of the colonists. Eventually, all of the hive's defenders were crushed, as well as the hives themselves. To ensure this would not happen again, granite walls were constructed underneath the thick mountain roof, as infestations can only occur under these roof tiles. A military corporation's orbital trader contacts the comms console. Joanne sells all of the insect jelly to the trader. In turn, she purchased a heart for Pig, as he had an artery blockage in his current one. Val performs Pig's heart transplant surgery, and it is successful. A wanderer then wishes to join the colony. Mitsuya, the groundbreaker, passionate about construction and mining. Val has obtained a new set of lungs to fix her asthma. Just don't ask where they came from. Levin performed Val's lung transplants, the first being successful. The second, he obtained a kidney somehow. Levin attempted the lung transplant again and was successful. Napoleon then discovered why Ferret takes so long to craft items. He has a permanent gunshot injury to his eye and is missing his left arm. Again, a meteor shower event. Some steel and silver fell from space. The pink rock you are seeing is glimmer quartz. It's from a mod that adds the Stoneborn race to the game. The mod basically adds dwarves. A horde of 75 man-hunting rabbits approach the colony. With all of the commotion outside, the transport shuttle research can be expedited. The rabbits did arrive at a good time. The colony's fridge was looking quite sparse, as most of the crops had either failed or stunted growth because of the heat wave not long ago. So, Isabelle donned Napoleon's old tattered armor and opened the exterior door to let the tide of rabbits inside the walls. Although more than half rotted instantly, the others would be a good stopgap while waiting for the crops to grow. A bulk goods trader from the Strong clan arrived. Joanne sells old clothing for 1,680 silver. Most of the bionic implants have been fabricated now by the crafters. It's time for the surgeons to install them. Pig would be the first pawn to receive his bionic replacement. The surgery was failed catastrophically, killing Pig in the process. Umeko began the funeral shortly after Pig's death. Halfway through the funeral, Remo went into labor. The funeral concluded in a lackluster manner, but with death comes life. Remo gave birth to a healthy child and named it Cindy. More failed surgeries. I wonder if there is a correlation between using a dirty bedroom for an operating room and surgery success chance. A combat supplier trade ship is nearby in orbit. Isabelle needs a new melee weapon, so Joanne buys a legendary steel mace for 655 silver. Napoleon's tunneler mechanoids are ready to be released from the gestation pods. They are named Gear and Chum. Levin and Keller hold their marriage ceremony in the dining room. Another meteor shower, this time steel, silver and plasteel meteors impacted the surface. The hydroponic basin's growth was being stunted by the massive heat, so a climate-controlled structure would be needed to kickstart the colony's production of illicit substances. Ferret began this venture by smelting steel into glass to make skylights. Just don't ask how steel is turned into glass. Preparations continued. 2 drug labs were blueprint marked in a vacant room, with orders queued for the synthesis of 100 flake and 100 yayo. Next came the planning and construction of a new building to house the expanded hydroponics operation. Construction was nearly complete when the first mechanoid cluster landed to the southwest of the colony. Thankfully, it wasn't a catastrophic cluster. A weather controller had changed the local climate to fog, but otherwise posed no immediate threat. The plan was to soften up the enemy with artillery, but the cluster included a high shield, a defensive barrier capable of stopping incoming mortar shells. EMP shells were quickly fabricated and loaded into one of the cannons, sacrificing raw firepower in favor of disabling the shield protecting the buildings in the mech cluster. The cannoneers managed a few solid hits, destroying several defensive Inferno turrets. Then the mechanoids attacked. Once again, the colony relied on guerrilla tactics. Swift, coordinated strikes followed by rapid retreats, grinding down the machines bit by bit before they could be decisively engaged by the lumbering technological horrors. Napoleon would have the chance to test his new mechs in combat. They proved to be vital in the final stages of the defense, when the centipedes entered the walls. The mech cluster was destroyed before any more mechanoids could be fabricated by the auto assemblers. Then, an animal transport pod crashed nearby. It contained a rare creature, a neutralope. Similar to a boomalope, instead of producing chem fuel, they grow a large sack of pure neutramine on their back. For those that don't know, neutramine is an extremely valuable raw material that cannot be crafted, and it's used to create medicines and drugs. Given the direction that the colony is heading towards to make silver, this creature is one of the most valuable possessions that Napoleon has currently. His raiders must have seen the transport pod containing the neutralope crash nearby. They attempted to besiege the colony. I'm pretty sure that this was a bug, but Nonetheless, the raiders experienced one volley of artillery fire and decided to leave the map. The wastepack deep freeze was almost at capacity. The southern and western side of walls were expanded for the final time. Then, during Keller's bionic eye installation surgery, Orange, lying in the bed next to her, casually remarked to Donkey, the surgeon, about botched surgeries. At that exact moment, Donkey was mid-operation on Keller's eye. Lucky for Keller, Orange did not jinx the surgery into failing. The hydroponic plantation was added upon with more hydroponic basins and skylights. 3 more geothermal vents were tapped for their free energy. Next, Napoleon planned to create 4 more scythers to complement the 2 tunnelers that he already controlled. Finally, another quest from the deserters. Napoleon accepts this offer for 45 intel. Before his caravan can leave, a high psychic drone affecting females occurred, so the caravanners would need to be changed out to only men to avoid mental breaks during combat. Napoleon, Ferret, Neville, Levin, and Alden left the map, along with the 2 tunnelers. They arrived at the Imperial base later that day. Another attempt at shelling them before they attacked was a failure. Not one was injured from the strikes. The strike team was waiting around the side of a rocky outcrop, with the 2 heavy tunnelers frontlining the assault from the Empire. After the destruction and gathering of intel, Levin opened a supply crate and it contained a charged minigun of normal quality. So he threw away his shotgun and equipped that instead. Now with fresh intel, Napoleon could start his own revenge plot to destroy the Empire by paying for quests with intel to attack increasingly more Royal Imperials and hopefully discovering Bean's location in the process. The hydroponic basins were finished. What these basins would grow and be refined into would be the primary source of the colony's gross domestic product, export, and revenue. This massive cash flow would hopefully allow Napoleon and his followers to contest the shattered empire. Napoleon ordered the construction of 8 drop pod launchers nearby to the wastepack storage facility. I think you can see where this is going. Before they were finished, a bulk goods trader from Stedlium arrived. Joanne bought components and books from them. Then some vagabonds wander into the map begging for aid. A mass kidnapping was planned for. Of the 4, 2 were taken away. They were not the ideal colonists to join the colony, but that's fine. Napoleon has other plans for them. Napoleon's scythers have finished gestation. In honor of the previous lost mechs, he names them Snipper and Snapper. Echidna must have begun to realize what was going to happen to Rhino and himself, so he had a panic attack. Both of the subjects were rip scanned for the valuable high subcores. By now, the drop pod launchers were constructed and being loaded with 200 toxic waste packs. Where would Napoleon dump this volatile material? A remote map tile with no settlements nearby? The ocean perhaps? No, directly on top of the nearest Imperial settlement. The transport pods were launched, potentially disturbing the Hornet's nest. They landed, polluting the land the Imperials called home. And for now, there was no immediate retaliation from the Empire. Napoleon decides to contact the deserters to inquire about some hired gun work. Operation Devastated Black The assassination of an Imperial Knight, known for their ruthless methods of extracting information from prisoners. Napoleon chooses to raid his residence, which is nearby to the colony. This approach to the job will attract the least amount of attention toward the colony. Before the caravan is formed, 200 more waste packs are dumped onto the nearby Imperial base. And Napoleon's new mech commander helmet is being machined. This helmet does not increase the bandwidth available to him, it just adds additional protection to his head. The helmet is finished and it is of normal quality. Now the caravan is formed for the raid upon the Imperial base. Levin, Gudola, Joanne, Isabel, Neville, Emeko, Ferret, Napoleon, and his mechs begin their day's journey towards the residence of this disgusting individual. Once the caravan had left the area, the Imperials that had 200 waste packs dumped on them retaliated. They send back 202 waste packs. Napoleon's raiding party arrives at the Imperial mansion. 2 small buildings were in the area. The mechanoids began to break down the wall to gain entry into the structure. In the first building, 2 Imperial soldiers stand at the ready by the door. The scythers are sent in. The next building is breached. The target is inside. The final 2 guards are cut down with ease and the target is terminated. Once he was killed, he dropped a monosword of excellent quality, Isabel's new melee weapon. Before the caravan reformed, the Devil Strand drapes and the royal stools were deconstructed for their textiles and gold. The raiding party arrives back at the colony. Napoleon's first act is to release another scyther that had finished gestation. He names it Scrap. Another heat wave in the desert. No way. A real hospital was now planned for, to hopefully prevent botched surgeries from happening, using sterile walls and floors. During the construction of said hospital, a transport pod crashed nearby. It contained one unrefined high subcore. As Donkey arrived to tend to Bertha, a wanderer wants to join the colony. Lumpy was a skilled crafter, so Napoleon accepted her into the colony. A mechanoid raid consisting of 9 centipedes. Napoleon equipped his mech commander helmet in preparation for the unavoidable, prolonged combat. The slow-moving centipedes would be a prime target for the artillery cannons, loaded with armor-piercing shells. These shells are much more accurate, and pierce armor, obviously, at the cost of no explosive payload inside the shell. The first volley is fired, and one of the centipedes is hit 4 times, nearly destroying it. The second volley is just as successful. 3 of the 4 shells hit their targets. After withstanding the bombardment for some time, the mechanoids attacked. Shortly after the centipedes were defeated, a mechanoid cluster landed to the west of the colony. It was another weather controller changing the weather to fog again. The cluster did not contain any auto-mech assemblers, but it did have a high shield which is capable of blocking aerial projectiles, and a low shield which blocks ground fire. So Napoleon decided to leave it be for the time being. It would act as a natural defense if any other raids occurred. Before the intel expired in 14 days, Napoleon accepted another quest to assassinate another Imperial, Operation Blank Took. This time the target was a Praetor. He again decided to raid her mansion, as these first few terminations would be the easiest, as the higher up the Imperial ladder Napoleon went, the harder the raids would be. Napoleon also purchased 2 charged miniguns from the contraband shop for 36 intel. The deep drills had angered the insectoids beneath the surface, but before they could emerge, the deserters contacted Napoleon with the coordinates for a dead drop containing the charged miniguns he had procured. The bugs surfaced quickly. They were cut down just as fast. Isabel once again set out to collect the contraband. This time, the journey would be longer. The dead drop was hidden within a mountainous region. Once again, more waste pack dumping was organized. But after the Empire's retaliation last time, it is decided to dump the waste into the far corner of the ocean. Doing this will slightly affect relations with surrounding factions, but the only faction relations that Napoleon cares about is Stedlium, his biggest trading partner, so he builds another pod and sends them 101 flake as a gift, bringing faction relations back up to 17 from -1. More beds are added to the hospital. Napoleon's 4th and final Scyther has finished gestation. It was named Convict. The Room of Despair receives some spring cleaning. With all of these steel slag and mechanoid slag chunks laying around, a smelter is constructed. Just before Isabel arrives at the dead drop location, her caravan is ambushed by 2 man-hunting monkeys. Against a monosword, they did not stand a chance. Isabel's caravan arrives at the dead drop location and collects the charged miniguns. Another wanderer wants to join Napoleon in his quest against the Empire. E-Wing, another good crafter. The mechanoid cluster has now woken up, and Isabel needs to re-enter the map. Hopefully she enters from a safe location. Joanne and Napoleon equip the charged miniguns. Shin, the Neuralope, was experiencing heat stroke, so a small animal shack with a cooler was constructed. Next, another bandwidth array would be needed if Napoleon would like to continue to expand his mechanoid army. The array station was surrounded in walls to protect it, in case of the outer colony walls being breached. As if Napoleon loses any of these stations, the mechs under his control would become feral. A raid from the Cancer Partners. They are attacking immediately. That mechanoid cluster was destroyed by the raiding party. 2 prisoners were captured from the raid. They will be scanned eventually. After the attackers were dealt with, Isabel was sent out to destroy the weather changer. Shortly after, vibrations from the deep drills have again angered some insectoids. As the mechanoid cluster had been dealt with, a strike force was sent out, the target being the next Imperial on the assassination list provided by the deserters. The strike team arrived at the Imperial mansion. This one was larger than the previous one, containing what looked like a shuttle refueling platform and surveillance station. The raiding party breached the throne room and the target was inside along with some guards. The guards were killed, and the target shot to death by Napoleon using his charged minigun. Napoleon and others stuck around to extract intel from the Imperial surveillance operation and scavenge what valuable items remained. The caravan arrived back at the colony. Another small victory for Napoleon. The deserters were once again contacted, before the remaining intel went out of date. Operation Free Hawk, the target being a baron of the Shattered Empire. Napoleon could only afford the raid option with the intel he had remaining. Napoleon then gestated 2 centipede gunners in preparation for his next raid upon the Empire. With the rapidly growing amount of large mechanoids in the colony, 2 more large mech recharges were constructed. Next, more arms would be fabricated, 2 charged miniguns. These ultra-tech weapons would be the colony's main armament. The mech band dish was constructed to summon the final threat and unlock ultra-mech tech. During this time, Cindy has become a child with spiky hair. The Apocryton was summoned. The raid would contain an Apocryton, 6 Minotaurs and 5 Scythers. The robotic raiders arrived. Lucky for Napoleon, the mechanoids split up, leaving the Apocryton exposed to attack. The threat was defeated, and the remaining mechs dispatched. The nanostructuring chip was analyzed, unlocking ultramech tech, and, more importantly, the waste pack atomizer. Remo is pregnant again. Another leathery stranger approaches again. This time it's not even a good colonist, so he is used as target practice. Next, all of these new mechs, heavy armor, and ultra-tech weapons would need vast amounts of plasteel to fabricate them, so another plasteel mining site was zoned. Then a bulk goods trade ship passed by. Hiroshi Transport Company bought all of the illicit substances and clothing that Joanne offered to them. In turn, she purchased 26 components and had an excess of 9,879 silver left. The Ultra Mech Tech had finished research. Next on the list was the Waste Pack Atomizer. A cultist raid. They intended to summon flesh beasts to attack the colony. But the siege bugged again. I'm not sure what's causing this bug yet. Probably one of the many mods conflicting with each other. The raid would have been easier if they stood idle in a circle, rather than breaching the colony walls and setting the crops on fire. The aftermath was the most deadly part. A colony-wide firefighting effort was undertaken upon the prickly pear cactuses to avoid a future famine due to the long growing periods in the desert. During this firefighting, a massive group social fight occurred. Everyone began to savagely beat each other. This large group fight almost wiped out the colony. Lucky that Val, the best doctor, won her fight and could tend to the numerous wounded and starving. Alden has produced a charged minigun of excellent quality. The weapon bears a representation of a tremendous orange scorched stone, partially embedded in the ground. 1,000 figures approach from a nearby stream. The scene takes place in the middle of an encampment. The work has a romantic feeling and a static structure. This image refers to a meteorite falling near Ewing's hamlet on the 15th of September 5504. It is time to finally start producing Luciferium, an extremely overpowered drug. The only condition being, the individual under the effects of the drug must take regular doses every 5 to 6 days. Otherwise, their mental state will rapidly deteriorate and result in death a few days later. As the researchers have been hard at work, the entire Luciferium expanded tree has been completed, unlocking all the buildings required for the gathering and refinement of the drug. The first thing needed was scarlet collectors to collect the rare scarlet particles contained within the air. These collectors mostly gather toxins, ash, and other contaminants, so the final product from this gathering process is an oil-like substance with sparse, useful scarlet particles within it. The product of this process is called scarlet sludge. It should be noted that there is not an infinite amount of these particles in the air. Eventually, they will all be collected. The next buildings in the production line is a scarlet sludge storage tank and a scarlet refinery. This refinery can produce two different substances, scarlet mechanites and compressed scarlet sludge. Before any more progress could be made in the Luciferium lab, another deep drilling incident occurred. The sheer volume of minigun fire cut down the bugs easily. The refinery was constructed and began to refine the scarlet sludge into scarlet mechanites. These mechanites are used to produce Luciferium. As this refinery produces heat, it was moved out of the storage freezer for psychoid leaves and into its own production area above said freezer. Whilst that construction project was underway, Napoleon's centipede gunners were finished gestation. He called them Blue Heavy and Red Heavy. A small landing pad was blueprinted between the two freezers. 3 more advanced Scarlet collectors were designated for construction, as well as 2 Scarlet archers. These archers increased the collection speed by 15% each. Then the final building in the production chain was constructed, the Luciferium synthesizer. This building takes 24 Scarlet mechanites and synthesizes them into 1 Luciferium. Hopefully, in future, the Luciferium's synthesis operation will be large enough to support some of Napoleon's soldiers. As for now, a stockpile will be built up over time. A local group of dromedaries have gone mad just as a bulk goods trader from Stedlium arrived. The camels were eliminated, and Joanne was sent out to trade with them. She bought 40 components, 700 steel, and a book from them. In turn, she sold more old clothing to ease the silver deficit by a fraction. As Napoleon's workload was shifting from the fields to maintaining his ever-expanding mechanoid workforce, the fields were becoming more of a problem, so another agri-hand was released from its gestation pod, being named Handy. Madam, known as Cindy, chose possibly the worst place in floor draw, right behind the shooting target. I'm surprised Napoleon did not injure her here. Napoleon's mechs had fully charged, so its strike force began their journey towards the next Imperial target. A Baron of the Shattered Empire, Operation Free Hawk was underway. The caravan arrived at the Imperial base. What a strange map. The strike team began to tunnel into the mountain, believing the Imperial base was contained within. They broke through the rock, revealing what looked like the throne room right behind where they tunneled through. Quite a stroke of luck. The Scythers began to break down the wall to see what this room contained. They broke through, revealing it was in fact the throne room. It had a large security force inside that refused to leave their Baron's side. So another way to draw them out was organized. Those left back at the colony manned the artillery and began the siege of the Imperial base. I looked away for 1 second and the target was killed by an artillery shell. I was quite disappointed that I missed this.
Oh, I missed it! I missed the artillery shell landing on top of his head. You're kidding me. How do I miss that? Oh, that's tragic.
This aerial assassination of the Baron triggered all remaining security forces to attack. It was quite a close fight, as none of Napoleon's soldiers have advanced armor yet. The Imperials were eventually defeated, and their base of operations was ransacked for any useful materials and intel. During this ransacking, a black market trader going by the name of Familiar Trout Interplanetary made contact with the communications console. Remo answered and purchased the final tech print for cataphract armor, and the other being a bit heretical, she procured an Imperial tech print called Imperial War Solutions. This tech print unlocks the production of various shell types, like cluster shells, shrapnel shells, and armor-piercing shells. Remo sells the colony's flake and yayo supplies to balance the trade out. The strike team had finished the salvage operation, resulting in 71 components, 5 advanced components, 1800 steel, 20 intel, and an excellent monosword were recovered from the deconstructed Imperial tech. Remo goes into labor. It is a stillbirth, sadly. Blas, the child, is buried by Kevin in the temple. Next, another way to make silver would be exploited. The tailoring of various hats to sell, as the colony has excess textiles in the storage room. More waste packs were being loaded into the transport pods, and the strike team arrived back at the colony. Again, the waste was dumped into the ocean, slightly angering local settlements. The Empire arrived and besieged the colony, a terrifying raid. Each soldier was clad in heavy armor and equipped with high-tech weaponry. One carried a doomsday rocket launcher, a weapon capable of leveling entire sections of the base. The colony's artillery was hastily prepared to launch a preemptive strike against the Imperials as they constructed their own cannons. The first salvo thundered out, only to leave the enemy soldiers unharmed. Still, the shells managed to destroy the blueprints they were working on, forcing the Imperials to abandon their setup and assault the colony at full strength. Fortunately, the two Rocketeers diverted their attack, targeting one of the remote geothermal generator buildings instead, removing the greatest threat before it could reach the balls. In the ensuing battle, the scattered Imperial forces proved no match for the overwhelming volume of fire from the colony's charged miniguns. The defenders held firm. Three prisoners were captured from the raid. Two would be used for mechanoid subcores, and Bol would be spared if he would convert, as he had a passion for mining. The prisoners were stripped of their armor. Isabel equipped the Siegebreaker armor that Koskos was wearing. A waste pack atomizer was blueprinted inside the storage room, capable of atomizing 10 waste packs every 5 days. Then, an infestation triggered again inside one of the ancient dangers. Some of the walls blocking the bugs from spawning had been destroyed over the past few raids. 11 hives emerged from underground. Remo's stillborn child's funeral was held. Somehow it was terrible quality. Then Godola's brother Lizai crashed nearby in a transport pod. He is suffering from 37 days of paralytic abasia. He is captured for recruitment, as he is a good miner, and leaving him to die would upset Godola greatly. The two Imperial prisoners underwent scanning simultaneously. Again, more waste packs were loaded into the next batch of transport pods. They were dumped into the ocean, affecting relations slightly with surrounding factions. Napoleon did not want the insectoids to expand their hives, so he instructed the cannoneers to load incendiary shells into the artillery and target the infestation. The shells landed perfectly, spreading flammable material all over the hives and bugs in the area. This angered the bugs, and they attacked through a tactically left open door to funnel them into death. After this combat with the bugs ceased, Cataphract armor finished research. The advanced Scarlet collectors were walled in to avoid potential damage in case of another wall breach. The newly researched Cataphract armor was queued for fabrication. As the old bandwidth block was in the way of the hydroponic expansion, it was deconstructed, and the new one was positioned right beside the other. An industrial complex orbital trader going by the name of Wyndham Interstellar is in range of the comms console. Joanne answers their call and purchases 400 components at half price, a great deal. Advanced power sources was the next task for the researchers. Once complete, it will offer the construction of improved versions of power generation methods. The second band node array had finished construction. As the old ones were still active, the power draw was heavy on the grid, so Isabel quickly deconstructed the old building. Then a mechanoid cluster landed to the southwest of the colony. It contained an auto-mortar and some mech assemblers. The artillery was prepared. The mechs woke up, and their forces mostly consisted of lancers and pikemen. Compared to what it could have been, it was quite an easy fight. Apart from Joanne getting her right lung shot out. Once the mechanoids were defeated, the colony went on the offensive, attacking the remaining turrets and buildings not destroyed by the mortars. Isabel was sent out as bait to distract the charge turret. Just as it was about to fire, it changed its target and fired a burst at the tightly packed group. Mitsuya was hit the worst. Her brain was crippled by a mangled scar left by the charged blaster. Mitsuya's brain was at 30% efficiency, so even if she experienced trivial malnutrition, she would be downed. Sadly, Bowles' organs were harvested to fix Joanne's missing right lung. Advanced power sources had finished research, and I finally had discovered why suddenly the colony was using so much more power than normal. During the demolition of the old band node building, I must have assigned the deconstruction of the power lines connecting one of the geothermal generators to the grid. During the construction of the advanced generator, a quest from Stedlium. They want Napoleon to look after 9 iguanas for 10 days. Napoleon accepted the quest for 1 Resurrector Mech Serum and 335 Jade. The lizards arrived. Tao, Kaori, Wellington, Oi, Darcy, Tutti Frutti, Chorizo, Showboat, and Sly. They would be housed in the empty prison. Remo has fallen pregnant. Another advanced geothermal generator was constructed. Time to expand the hydroponics area. Napoleon then contacts the deserters again. He offers to sabotage an aerodrone station for 17 intel. As the location of this station is quite far away, drop pods are prepared to insert a strike team, saving 3 days of caravanning. The strike team arrived and combated the unfortunate Imperials that were stationed there. Two of them were downed and captured for brain scanning. The 2 aerodrones were then destroyed, completing the quest. The research lab was then renovated to store the various power armors that the colony had fabricated. The hydroponics building had finished construction. It was time to fill it with hydroponic basins and skylights. The strike team's caravan arrived back at the colony. Shortly after, a cultist raid approached. They intended to summon flesh beasts to attack the colony by completing a dark ritual. The freshly fabricated cataphract armor would be used upon these fanatics. They began their ritual. As the colony began preparing the artillery pieces. Numerous good hits landed, injuring and killing many. This provoked them into assaulting the colony. They broke down one of the doors in the outer wall and began to spill inside. During this time, Marv the Holomech was so focused on his duty, he opened another door, allowing more cultists to flood inside. During the aftermath and cleanup, some of the cultists were reviving themselves using death refusal still. Madam, the child, was walking amongst the dead bodies, and one of the cultists rose from the dead and began to pursue her. Good thing for Isabel's bionic legs. The two Imperial prisoners were recaptured after being left outside for the duration of the raid. Stercolinus, the clean sweeper's robotic remains, were put into the gestation pod to be resurrected. He would have a monumental task ahead of him, once the gestation cycle reached completion. Another orbital trader contacted the colony. This time, a black market outfit going by the name of Draft Incorporated. A wide variety of goods were offloaded. Worn armor, surplus clothing, outdated weapons, freshly tailored hats. A hefty shipment of special agricultural products, and half of the colony's corn reserves. In turn, Joanne purchased 1 healer mech serum for Mitsuya's brain injury and 5 slaves. These slaves could be turned into war caskets, a powerful feature from Vanilla Faction's expanded Pirates mod. War caskets are heavily armored exosuits designed to transform a pawn into a walking tank. Think of them as a fusion between traditional power armor, like cataphract gear, and a Warhammer 40k dreadnought, if you know what that is. Once equipped, the casket completely encases the wearer, massively increasing their durability and combat effectiveness. They no longer collapse from pain, only death can stop them. Installing a war casket is a one-way transformation. It can't be removed without surgery, making it a long-term, high-commitment upgrade. These hulking war machines are exactly what Napoleon needs to smash through Imperial defenses, especially as his raids upon Imperial royals are becoming ever more intense. Mitsuya uses the healer mech serum to heal her brain injury. Five high-risk prisoners, all wearing armor, and one already being a war casket. Before they can be integrated into the colony as combat specialists, they must be converted and recruited to aid Napoleon's cause. The defoliator ship chunk crashed nearby, surrounded by 135 Militors. This crashed piece of ancient tech would slowly poison the land around it, eventually killing all the plants in a massive area. A new building was planned. It would house the production buildings to create war caskets. War caskets had finished research. Advanced war caskets was queued next. Napoleon then released Stercolinus to again begin his endless task of cleaning the colony. A transport pod then crashed nearby containing Diva. She was a good construction worker, so she was rescued. She then joined the colony shortly after. Napoleon's special agricultural product production would more than double once all of these hydroponics basins had finished constructing. The artillery was prepared for action, the targets being the massive group of Militors. The cannons softened them up a lot, destroying more than half of the mechs before the colony began their assault. The scythers were used as bait for the Militors to shoot at, whilst the colony saturated the hostile mechs in overwhelming minigun fire. Sadly, Snipper was destroyed. The Proud, the only war casket, was then recruited from prison. She then equipped the war casket auto rifle which she came with, which is basically a handheld autocannon turret. Then a barracks would be planned to house the war casket legion. During the barracks construction, some pirates demanded a protection racket over the comms console. Napoleon responded accordingly. The pirates replied by besieging the colony. The artillery was prepared. After one volley, the pirates decided to assault the walls rather than face the symphony of cannons hurling shells at their position. The pirates were crushed easily. A war casket foundry was blueprinted inside the empty room. Then, the Empire must have received news about Napoleon's trading of Eltec's gear, which is forbidden under Imperial law. Just wait until they find out who has been assassinating all of their thralls. The Cancer partners then raided. They arrived in two groups, all of them having compound bows except for a few sniper rifles. The Proud's war casket was then upgraded to be a cataphract casket, pauldrons, and helmet. This provided vastly increased protection. Remo has gone into labor again. A healthy boy is born this time, named Xavier. Madame finally experienced her growth moment. She gained passions for shooting, construction, and mining. She also became an animal lover. New weaponry for the Proud was constructed. Yes, the weapons are that large that they are constructed instead of being machined or fabricated on a table. Isabel constructed a war casket minigun for the Proud. Before the remaining intel goes out of date, Napoleon accepts the next plot quest, Operation Gallant Corps, the target being a count of the Shattered Empire. Irene Bospin-Moskos' assassination would greatly disrupt the political balance and potentially spark infighting among rival imperial sub-factions. This would weaken the Empire's cohesion and ability to respond to deserter threats. Napoleon, confident in his new cataphract armor, charge weapons, and war casket super soldiers, chose a direct raid upon Irene's mansion. He also obtained the location of an Imperial shuttle staging post. If destroyed within 5 days, he would be rewarded with 30 intel. The caravan was heading out to the shuttle staging post when Emeko went on a food binge. Napoleon reformed the caravan, leaving Emeko behind to binge on food. The caravan arrives at the staging post and 4 Imperials are guarding the site. The fuel tanks are destroyed, completing the quest. Napoleon's caravan was about 1 day away from the colony when a group of cultists arrived and began to start a skip abduction ritual. Those who remained frantically prepared the artillery, even Madame, the 8-year-old. All of the guns were manned, but the shooting skill of those left behind was subpar, so the accuracy of the barrage was not ideal. cultists managed to finish their ritual and skip abducted Orange. At least most of the cult was injured or killed from the many blasts, so Omeko led a counterattack and recovery of Orange. Napoleon's caravan arrived back at the colony shortly after victory was achieved by those left behind. A shuttle then crashed. 3 of the occupants survived. The only one that got rescued was Tub, as he was a good miner. After recovering from his wounds, Tub joined the colony. A solar flare began and shut down all of the colony's electrical devices, most disturbingly disabling all of the band nodes, helping Napoleon keep his mechs under control. Most of his combat-capable mechs were wandering around aimlessly when a large mech hive raid arrived. 3 groups arrived, mostly centipedes, with 1 Apocryton and 1 Centurion. Target priority was given to the Apocryton, as it can revive mechanoids that have been killed. The other groups were individually taken out. A wanderer then wants to join. Rebecca. She is Liz-Eye's mother. Rebecca is welcomed into the colony as she is a fantastic crafter. Finally, one of the slaves that Joanne bought has been recruited, Asate. Asate immediately entered the War Casket Forge and became a cataphract war casket. More power would be needed in the future, so an advanced solar array was constructed. 8 of these panels would provide 24,000 watts of power. During the construction of this array, a transport pod crashed nearby containing Conan, not a particularly good pawn. He was rescued anyway. If he wants to join or not, it's up to him. Another one of Joanne's saved slaves had been recruited. Without ceremony, she was instructed to step into the War Casket Foundry, where a cataphract war casket was assembled around her. Was this fate worse than slavery? To be forever entombed in a shell of cold steel, never again to feel the sun on one's skin or the wind on one's face. But Napoleon didn't pause to consider the ethics. He needed soldiers, legions of them. Another orbital trader contacted the colony, going by the name of CQ Export Company. Joanne purchased 340 components for 12,392 silver. A mechanator ship was constructed to allow Napoleon to rapidly complete quests from the deserters. This ship, once complete, can carry up to 2,000 kilograms. Stephen has been recruited from prison. He was entombed inside a Siegebreaker war casket, even more powerful than the cataphract caskets, providing 200% sharp protection, 100% blunt protection, 100% heat protection, and it has an inbuilt shield. Isabel finishes the construction of the mechanator ship. She also constructs Stephen a weapon. It's a charged blaster, quite the upgrade from the charged miniguns. A raid from the Cancer Partners. 45 ill-equipped wasters arrived. They did not stand a chance against the wall of charged projectiles. The ideology has been neglected long enough. As Napoleon is a supremacist, he has access to 2 extra roles in his religion: the melee specialist and the shooting specialists. These roles disable any type of complex work. The war caskets, as they cannot do any job, will be promoted to the role of shooting specialist. This role increases the shooting accuracy by 7 points, decreases the aiming time by 50%, and gives a new ability to the Keeper of Scar. This ability essentially is the combat command that Napoleon gets as he is the leader. Lumi is then recruited from prison. She is also entombed inside a plasteel suit of hyper-advanced armor and given a charged blaster. But before a weapon could be completed, Kepler's raiders showed up, with 28 war caskets of their own, and 1 unarmored guy. As they are pirates, the war caskets were not very advanced. The armor that most were encased inside was comparable to recon armor, providing only about 100% sharp protection. Napoleon decided to soften them up with artillery. After a few barrages, they began their assault. Most were gunned down easily, except for one, which was wearing a brute war casket, one of the most advanced shield modules and just heavy armor in general. raiders flee shortly after. A group of future war caskets wish for help. Stanislav and Belly would be arrested and hopefully captured. Stanislav was captured. He would become an excellent soldier, as he was a hussar, a genetically engineered super soldier. With all of these new recruits and the crops again being stunted from the heat, the colony's food supply was almost diminished, so the psychoid plants that were being grown in hydroponic basins were switched out for rice. It was time to begin Operation Gallant Corps, the assassination of an imperial count at his mansion. The 5 war caskets were sent out as a scouting party ahead of the mechanator ship. The caravan should arrive within a couple of days. A prison break. The only prisoner that survived was Tobey. Sadly, Stanislav was killed. The war casket caravan was moments away from arriving at the Imperial Mansion, so the shuttle was prepared to meet them. As the colony began to load the shuttle, the caravan was ambushed by a single member of the Greenfield Bandits.
He ambushed us, huh?
Hardy fired once with his uranium slug rifle and destroyed the raider's liver, killing him instantly.
What kind of idiot ambushes this caravan?
The shuttle had then finished loading and was sent out to the mansion as well. Sadly, this quest was bugged as the mansion part failed to generate into the map, and there was no hostiles on the map. This bug was due to 2 mods I had installed that altered the way maps were generated, so I removed them and this seemed to fix the issue. As for now, I had to use dev mode to progress the quest line, otherwise I would be stuck on this quest forever. After that bugged quest, Napoleon then immediately started the next assassination plot. Operation Craggy Lagoon. The assassination of an Imperial Archcount. The raid option was again selected. As the caravan was already out of the colony, they arrived a day later to a strange map again. The shuttle then arrived and deposited a large strike team, and they began to raid the compound. The Archcount was killed and the quest completed. Now the remaining Imperial defenders would have to be eliminated. During the final stages of the raid, some Imperials attempted to attack the shuttle, so a small detachment was sent out to counter them. I failed to realize that 2 of said Imperials had doomsday rocket launchers, one of which was killed by some miracle, and the other managed to get his shot off. After the dust settled, the visibility of the colony changed finally. Napoleon's scarred oasis is now whispered about in higher imperial nobility. They still see him as a minor annoyance rather than a threat yet. Joanne, a few hours after landing, started the next quest, Operation Sympathetic Gun, the assassination of a Marquess. She chose the raid option again as it raises the visibility the least. Before the next raid was undertaken, Levin's funeral began to honor his sacrifice to Napoleon's cause. Isabel was sent to the location of the Imperial Mansion via drop pod to scout a landing zone for the shuttle. She arrived and signaled the shuttle to land nearby. The first batch of soldiers began to mine through the rock and stone with their weaponry, while waiting for the second group to be dropped off. They broke through the rock and began their attack. The Marquess was killed and the colony's visibility changed again. Now rumors are beginning to spread amongst the lower ranks of officers and soldiers. The Empire still does not have concrete evidence about Napoleon's involvement. They still take these rumors seriously and bolster their security forces around installations, as well as a Janissary reaction force as soon as the installation is alerted of Napoleon's presence. And finally, Imperial patrols are now prominent and will inspect every caravan they come across. One of said Janissary reaction forces arrived and landed nearby to the shuttle. After dealing with the Imperial reinforcements, the shuttle was loaded and all of the strike force safely returned back to the colony this time. A massive group of tribal savages decided to raid the colony. 115 Neolithic invaders were about to be shown the meaning of technology. Napoleon was so confident in his technological advantage, he did not even prepare the artillery or fight within the walls. With the war caskets standing in front to absorb the bow fire, Napoleon set up a firing line behind them, ready for the wave of incoming tribals. The next deserter hit was upon a Duke of the Imperium, Operation Indulgent Dice. As the colony's visibility was 44, selecting the raid option would raise the visibility of the colony by 18. This would bring the next level of Imperial awareness upon Napoleon and his people. So Napoleon began to pay the deserters 2 intel to lower the visibility by 1, bringing it back down to whispers from rumors. He then accepted the next assassination plot. Bosnick's mansion would be raided. The rewards for completing this termination were extremely valuable: a legendary Mech Lord helmet and 48 Archite capsules valued at 46,845 silver. The transport pods and mechanator ship were loaded and sent off to the location of the depraved Jew. They arrived, and there again was not an Imperial presence or throne room in sight. Another bugged quest. I did some digging, and what was causing this issue with the Deserters mod turned out to be the Real Ruins mod. This causes issues with the generation of these Imperial assassination quests. At least there was some kind of fight for the strike team. An Imperial shuttle deposited a Janissary reaction force to combat the invaders. The Imperials were destroyed, and again, dev mode was used to progress the quest line, otherwise I'd be soft locked on this quest. It feels cheesy, but it's the only way to progress. The quest was completed, and the colony's visibility changed back to being rumoured about. The undeserved rewards landed, and Napoleon equipped his new, legendary Mech Lord helmet. This helmet gave him 12 bandwidth, 6 extra compared to his Mech Commander helmet. With the extra bandwidth provided by the Mech Lord helmet, Napoleon gestated 4 more mechs: an Agri Hand, Clean Sweeper, and 2 paramedic mechs. As the recent loss of Levin, one of the colony's best doctors, left a noticeable gap in the colony's medical expertise, these 2 paramedic mechs would hopefully fulfill the hole created by his tragic death. Lucky for Napoleon, a quest appeared from the Deserters. They want him to sabotage an Imperial convoy that was forced to make an emergency stop. The convoy is guarded by 13 heavily armed Imperial personnel. The reward would be 67 intel, the only drawback being visibility would increase even more. The Empire must have intercepted this communication from the Deserters and sent a proposition to Napoleon, as the assassination of Bosnick has managed to cast a chill across noble circles within the Imperium, kindling a flame of revolt. Those that once defected were often dismissed as inconsequential. Now they are seizing key victories. Rumors of hasty deals are beginning to spread within the ever-strengthening rebellion. Napoleon is not excluded from these deals. Imperial ambassadors have transmitted a message shedding light on the incentives he would gain if he chose to abandon the Deserters and join the Empire. Napoleon scoffed at the rewards on offer. A measly 520 silver was all they could offer him. The man who is successfully dismantling their wretched society. Napoleon responded accordingly at this joke of a proposal. He then sent his strike team to the Imperial convoy, reinforcing his answer to the Imperial ambassadors. Again, hidden in the chaos, an Imperial rocketeer armed with a Doomsday rocket launcher managed to go unnoticed until it was too late. They managed to fire their payload and the war caskets were caught in the blast. Hardy was killed. Hardy was avenged and the quest completed. News has quickly spread like wildfire across the Imperium, and placed Napoleon and his followers on their top 10 most wanted list, as well as greatly increasing security around installations, sending more raiding parties to any settlements suspected of harboring deserters, and their propaganda machine's cogs are beginning to pick up speed. The strike team loaded Hardy's body into the mechanator ship and began their journey home. They arrived and began his funeral. It was a memorable ceremony. Napoleon then contacted the deserters in a search for quests to lower the colony's visibility. He accepted a quest that called for the destruction of an Imperial control station. Napoleon's legion arrived and slaughtered the defenders. Began to shoot their way into the building, revealing the extent of the station's operations. Many surveillance consoles were located inside the room, a great source of intel for Napoleon. The surveillance console was destroyed, completing the quest before Imperial reinforcements could arrive. 3 supply crates were opened in the aftermath during the extraction of intel from the Imperial technology. They contained a stone skin gland, a tech print for molecular analysis, and an invisibility engulfer. Isabel, the only melee combatant, would receive the stone skin implant and the invisibility pack. The shuttle arrived back at the colony, and Joanne did not rest before again contacting the deserters for the next assassination plot. Operation Icy Ash. The target was an Archduke of the Shattered Empire. A direct confrontation was again the best option. The rewards for this quest were insane. 20 healer mech serums and 150 Luciferium. That amount of Luciferium was enough to enhance the entire war casket and cataphract combat teams for the duration of this campaign against the Empire. More Scarlet Collectors were planned for, filling the room allocated. The first batch of mechs had finished gestation. The Agri Hand was called the Clamps, and the Clean Sweeper was called Hygeia, after the Greek goddess of health and hygiene. Madame had her next growth moment. The trait she gained was Quick Sleeper, and her passions increased in mining, construction, and plants. After this short intermission, the transport pods and mechanator ship were loaded and sent off to the Imperial Mansion. A massive complex of buildings and courtyards was revealed. The Archduke was eventually discovered inside his throne room and killed. Many Imperial thralls began to surround Napoleon and his legion. held their ground against the Imperial soldiers. Completing this quest again raised the colony's visibility back up to news. After this major victory, a makeshift hospital was set up inside one of the luxurious rooms to treat and stabilize any of the wounded. Those who were not wounded began to salvage any weapons, valuables, and intel from the Imperial buildings. During this salvage operation, finally, a black market orbital trader contacted the colony. Orange answered the call and began to sell off many things like the colony's drug stockpile, the archived capsules, which were extremely valuable, all of the obsolete weaponry, and the hats that the tailors had tailored. Orange then began to scan through the various slaves for sale. She picked any that would willingly join the colony or had high shooting skills. She saved David, Whitney, Boss, Porcupine, Mads, Machinto, Adrian, Ho, Monty, and Ortega. All would be future war caskets, but they first would need to be converted to follow the Forgotten Dominion. The drop pods from the trader fell, and many slaves emerged thinking that they had been rescued, if only they knew the horrors that awaited them. The slaves that joined as colonists were for now allowed to roam free, but the slaves that stayed slaves were imprisoned and began the recruitment. A small prison was then designed to individually house inmates, with the hopes to prevent a widespread breakout if a prison break event occurred. With 2/3 of the colony still off-map, salvaging the Imperial Mansion's treasures, the Empire retaliated with the siege of their own upon the people remaining at Scarred Oasis. The shuttle was hastily loaded with all but 3 and took off. The artillery was prepared for counter-battery fire whilst the shuttle was en route. The first volley landed and the Imperials began their assault. Once they spread out around the colony walls, they were not much of a threat and were crushed easily. Shortly after this defense, a horde of 250 shamblers assaulted the colony. The prison had now finished construction and was operating at full capacity. The inmates' skills varied widely. First, there was Ho, the absent-minded, ascetic, sanguine baseliner. Despite his mental quirks, he excelled in both shooting and melee combat. Next, Tabe, still imprisoned from long ago, remained steadfast in refusing to convert to Napoleon's Forgotten Dominion. Boss, a Yitkin, was psychically dull, feline in nature, and a passionate animal lover. His xenotype granted him a natural affinity with animals, as well as strong skills in shooting and melee. Ortega, an ex-Imperial turned deserter, was submissive, iron-stomached, and cursed with an annoying voice. He had a burning passion for shooting and an exceptional aptitude for medicine. More importantly, he was a Psycaster with a level 15 Psylink and outfitted with powerful implants. Whitney, by contrast, was an all-round poor colonist, low skills, bad talents, and no redeeming qualities. Adrian, locked in the cell across from her, showed great promise, a deadly shot with a bloodlust trait. He was destined for the battlefield. Mads wasn't as combat-focused as the others, but her traits and potential made her a promising future cook and researcher. Porcupine was mediocre at most things, but a serviceable marksman. David, honestly, it's unclear why he was even captured. Mashinto was another standout, a fantastic shot and not much else. These future workers and war caskets would all eventually become valuable assets to the colony, except for perhaps Whitney and David. Over time, each would be slowly converted and recruited into Napoleon's ever-growing force. Funnily enough, David was the first of the prisoners to be recruited. He was allowed to stay, but should any task arise that required a sacrificial pawn, he'd be the first one out the door. The prison's design was then put to the test. A prison break had begun. Whitney, Adrian, Mads, Boss, and Ho were all making a desperate dash for freedom. In a final attempt to prevent the escape, Godola unleashed a burst from her charged minigun, targeting Boss and hoping his wounds would bring him down. When the dust settled, Whitney had escaped, Boss was dead, Ho, Mads, and Adrian were recaptured. Remo has fallen pregnant. The advanced solar power generation complex was expanded upon to keep up with the Scarlet Collector's power needs. Next, the final section of Outer Wall was planned. Mads was the next prisoner to be released. A man-hunting pack of cougars idles outside the incomplete walls. David decided to wander outside during this time and was caught between many cougars and downed outside the walls. He was left outside. Napoleon did not want to risk letting in the horde of vicious animals. Porcupine was the next prisoner recruited. Napoleon then retrieved David's body and buried it inside the temple. 12 advanced solar panels was still not enough to power the hungry Scarlet Collectors. The batteries were completely drained by dawn. Porcupine was then entombed inside a new war casket. This time, a Guardian war casket was fabricated. This casket has an inbuilt low shield pack that can support allies. It only lasts 10 seconds before it needs to be recharged for 30 seconds. Ortega was then released from prison. His sole purpose was to meditate and gain more psionic levels, and become an extremely powerful psicaster. For this to happen, he would need a meditation room, so one was planned for. Washinto was then the next prisoner to be released. The outer wall was nearly complete, construction resuming once the man-hunting pack of cougars had dispersed. But before the final gap could be sealed, the Greenfield bandits returned, once again attempting to extort a protection racket. Clearly, they hadn't gotten the message the first time. The bandits arrived, 103 of them armed with frontier weaponry. The defenders lined up outside the hole in the wall, ready to greet them with overwhelming firepower. Bandits fled after witnessing the might of Napoleon's legionaries. 3 of the downed pirates were captured. Marty, who could be a good construction worker in future, Sarah, also a good construction worker, and Alec Schulfeld, a fantastic melee fighter. Machinto was the next soul to be war casketed. Again, another set of Guardian armor was fabricated. Weapons were constructed for the war caskets. 2 extremely expensive salvage laser eradicators were built. These heavy lasers cause massive damage at the cost of effective range. Joanne then contacted the deserters for the next assassination plot. Operation Gentile Bowtie called for the assassination of an Imperial consul. Joanne chose the raid option to keep the visibility as low as possible. Ortega, the Psycaster, was then put on Luciferium to assist his body in becoming the best Psycaster possible. The ship and transport pods were loaded. Before they could leave, Keller grabbed 2 psychic soothe pulses from the stockpile to assist the moods during the prolonged combat. The ship landed in the middle of 2 Imperial surveillance pillars. Each one increased the colony's visibility by 10, bringing the colony back up to rumors even before the console was terminated. Keller landed in a group of drop pods and activated one of the soothe pulses. Napoleon's legionaries found the throne room and breached the wall. Of the 4 Imperial defenders inside the room, 1 was armed with a Doomsday rocket launcher. The strike team quickly fell back and planned on how to take out this serious threat. The war caskets would quickly run into range and absorb fire from the other defenders, whilst Isabel got into melee range to prevent the Rocketeer from firing the projectile. The plan worked and the console was killed. This increased the visibility of the colony to public enemy. This level of visibility makes Napoleon's Forgotten Dominion a household name in the Empire. They consider Napoleon their #1 enemy. Many special effects happen from this. Imperial Patrol Caravan event can now appear. All Imperial forces are 100% larger. Raids from the Empire are 3 times more likely than some other faction showing up. The Imperial Propaganda event can happen. Aerodrome Bombardment event can happen. Absolver raids can happen. And relations with random factions will drop by -10 once a day. Two prisoners were captured, Dustoma, the tough iron-wheeled hussar, and Plere, the tough, heavy-sleeping, great-memory baseliner. During the scrapping and deconstruction of the Imperial Mansion, Emeko decided to give up and wandered off the map. She must have been very close to the map edge as Napoleon did not have a chance to capture her before she left. The shuttle was loaded with materials and the final group of colonists. The shuttle arrived back at the colony. As Umeko left, the people of the Forgotten Dominion desired a moral guide. The Hollow Prophet role was given to Joanne, as she has a strong social skill. Joanne's ritual completed, and shortly after, a mechanoid cluster landed to the north. One climate adjuster and 8 mech assemblers. Before the mechs would be combated, Adrian was entombed inside a brute war casket. I failed to realize that this suit does not allow for the firing of ranged weapons, as it has very heavy-duty energy shields, but the trade-off is these shields can detonate. The explosion size depends on the charge level of the capacitors. Adrian's suit will be changed in the future, as he is not good at melee. In the eve of the battle, a small firing line was constructed inside the walls to give a cover advantage to Napoleon and his defenders. This seemed to activate the mechs. Once the firing line was constructed, the artillery was used to bait the mechs into the trap Napoleon had laid. Isabel contacts the deserters and begins Operation Benign Eye, the assassination of an Imperial Magister at his mansion. Before the operation is undertaken, Adrian's war casket is changed to allow him to fire his weapon. He's encased inside a barrage variant of the armor. This suit has access to shoulder-mounted grenade launchers. The transport pods are loaded and the ship launched, bound for the Imperial Mansion. The strike team arrives and manage to land nearby to the throne room. They breach one of the walls and complete the assassination. The Imperials stationed at the mansion begin their counterattack once the Magister was killed. They were eliminated and the mansion was looted. The first shuttle loaded with valuables landed back at the colony. The items pillaged spilled out, covering the entire landing pad with various weapons, armor, implants, and raw materials. The second and third shuttle shuttled a full load of steel and deposited it outside the stockpile for raw materials to save the haulers a massive job. Finally, the last small group of colonists were transported back to the colony. One of the quest rewards for the completion of this hit was a masterwork mech lord suit. Napoleon donned the advanced suit of slightly less protective armor. This suit provided another 12 bandwidth for Napoleon to work with. Napoleon, with this refreshment of bandwidth, gestates 4 more lifter mechanoids and 2 fabricor mechanoids. Remo then goes into labor, but I fail to realize somehow. A healthy boy is born. He is named Max. The advanced Scarlet collectors have almost collected the entirety of the Scarlet sludge mechanites on this RimWorld, so Scarlet attractors were constructed. These attractors emit a small but powerful signal, capable of sending an encrypted message across galaxies. If any of these mechanites pick up this message, they will be attracted to the signal source. This is how to make collecting Scarlet mechanites and synthesizing Luciferium renewable. Napoleon built and activated 3 of these attractors, and managed to corral another 70,000 Scarlet sludge into the area. The prisoners attempted to escape again. Bad timing for them, as the Proud and Stevens were inside attempting to recruit them. The prison riot was quelled. Rebecca then contacted the deserters for the next assassination quest, Operation Wise Burglar. The target was a despot. Marcos's mansion would be raided. Before the strike team could leave, an off-map mechanoid cluster with a smoke spewer began to harass the colony. Before Napoleon could send off a strike team to deal with the issue, his newest lifter mech was born. He named it Tink. Napoleon then sent off the war caskets to deal with the off-map issue. The next lifter mech was ready and named Flange. In preparation for the next raid upon the Imperials, the entire group of war caskets were put on Luciferium. With over 200 Luciferium in the stockpile, it would be sustainable for long enough to complete the Deserters quest line, hopefully. The transport pods were sent to the location of the next Imperial mansion. They landed and the map failed to generate again. Now I'm completely clueless as to what mod is causing the issue, but it's too late to figure it out, so Napoleon presses on. Dev mode was used again to progress the quest line. The deserters are again contacted to hopefully attempt the next assassination quest, Operation Round Pine, the assassination of a Stellarch of the Shattered Empire in his mansion. Before the ship could be prepared, an infestation burrowed up to the northwest of the colony. 20 hives emerged from the ground. Isabel was sent out to bait the bugs into the wall of guns lined up ready to fire. All of the bugs were killed and the hives destroyed. Napoleon then released his first Fabricore mechanoid. The transport pods were loaded and mechanator ship prepared for a daring assault upon a heavily defended Imperial mansion. Only for the map to not generate properly again. Dev mode was used to progress the quest line again. Napoleon then immediately contacts the deserters again for the Emperor's second in charge, the High Stellarch. Operation Harsh Guts again called for a raid upon an Imperial mansion. Before this raid took place, Ho was finally recruited. He was encased inside a barrage war casket and given a dose of Luciferium. The ship was then sent to the mansion, and you guessed it, it failed to generate again. That really just pissed me off, when it just failed to generate like the final few quests. So the strike team left the area. Dev mode was again used to progress the quest line. Now the final quest was available, Operation Savage Affection. To assassinate the Emperor of the Shattered Empire, Napoleon's Legion and the Deserter Cell would need to seize control of 3 Zeus cannon complexes, scattered across the planet. All 3 had to be activated simultaneously to guarantee the total annihilation of the Imperial flagship. Before embarking on this dangerously complex operation, Lizai and Mitsuya, perhaps sensing they might never return, held their marriage ceremony. During the celebration, Ferret and Joanne became lovers, a moment of fleeting warmth before the storm. Once Lizai and Mitsuya were wed, Napoleon launched the mission. The deserter shuttle arrived, and he and his most loyal followers boarded, not knowing if they would ever return. During the flight to the Zeus Cannon complex, Napoleon was briefed on his objective: seize the control room. As long as the soldier remained in the range of the control console, the cannons would continue to fire. Hold the position or die trying. The shuttle touched down, the doors hissed open. Napoleon stepped out onto a solid sheet of sea ice, the freezing air biting through his hardened armor. But he didn't freeze from the cold, he froze from the memories, from what Bean had forced him to do to survive this place as a child. That distant, fevered nightmare clawed at his mind, until a burst of minigun fire from an Imperial turret snapped him back to the present. He raised his weapon, and the final battle had begun. The initial group of defenders were defeated, fleeing into the icy wasteland. This was only the beginning. More were coming. The next wave of Imperial reinforcements gave Napoleon's legion no time for respite. Heavily armoured cataphracts stormed the field. The fight was brutal. In the final moments of the skirmish, just as the Imperials were about to fall, E-Wing was struck by a precise round to the heart, completely destroying it. He became the first casualty of the operation. Napoleon's legion then breached the complex. But the Empire, unwilling to risk the loss of their flagship, began to bombard their own weapons facility. Aerodrone strikes and orbital slicing beams rained down from above. In the chaos, Napoleon was so focused on surviving the onslaught that he forgot to man the control room. The Zeus cannons remained idle. To make matters worse, another Imperial force had landed from the west. Napoleon hastily formed a defense near the breach. The firefight was bloody and relentless. And as his team scrambled to avoid an active bombardment mid-battle, Neville fell. Napoleon had no time to mourn because the next bullet was meant for him. Napoleon was killed. The news of his death sent shockwaves through the deserter network. Perhaps the Empire's endless war machine had finally overwhelmed this small, defiant force. A makeshift triage zone was set up between the silent Zeus cannons. The wounded lay scattered on the cold concrete. Val, lying injured, was struck and killed by an aerodrone blast. The mission had shifted. No longer about victory, it was about survival. Another Imperial shuttle landed to the south, unloading more elite kill squads. Joanne, Napoleon's daughter, assumed command. She rallied the troops to hold the southern approach. The open tundra offered no cover for the enemy. Her defense was successful, but fatal blind spots remained. A massive Imperial force slipped in from the north undetected. They breached the complex and began destroying the Zeus cannon's capacitors, disabling the weapons entirely. Joanne launched a desperate counterattack. but she did not notice the incoming rocket salvo. Sate fell, the first war casket casualty. Now came the final hopeless stand of Napoleon's forgotten dominion. Joanne rallied the last few soldiers, delivering one last call to arms. Then, a single drop pod slammed into the earth. Deserter reinforcements had arrived. The Imperials poured in. The Imperials poured in. The Proud was gunned down. Then Joanne, then Lumpy, and finally Keller, the last human-like defender. Only the war caskets remained, iron giants still fighting out of spite. Porcupine was the next to fall, then Ho, then Steven. The Empire briefly retreated, bloodied by the two surviving war caskets, Machinto and Adrian. But more Imperial shuttles descended to finish the job. Adrian was down, Machinto was killed, the quest had failed. The Empire was victorious, Napoleon's dream and his dominion crushed beneath the heel of the Imperium. But the Empire wasn't done. They lined up orbital slicing beams above the colony. The skies lit up. Satellites began to glass the land, vaporizing all in their path. When it was over, nothing remained. Only the uncontrolled mechanoids left behind, and soon to go feral. And so, the story of Napoleon and his forgotten dominion ends, not in triumph, but in silence. The dreams of rebellion, the hope of freedom, the blood-soaked struggle against an empire that could not be outrun, all of it turned to ash beneath orbital fire. No graves were dug, no songs were sung, no monuments raised, only dust, and the faint echo of defiance that once dared to burn too brightly. In the end, it wasn't the Empire's might that doomed them. It was the cost of dreaming in a world that doesn't forgive the weak. And yet, in the quiet that follows annihilation, a question lingers. Was it worth it? Maybe. For a moment, they were free. But freedom, it seems, is fragile, a flicker in the wind. And the Empire? The Empire is the storm. This was not just a defeat. It was a demonstration, a message carved into the bones of the planet. That no rebellion goes unanswered. That no dream, no matter how righteous, escapes their reach. A monument of fire. The beams that fell were not just war, but memory burning evermore. A moment of ash and flame, not built to last, but speak a name. Let this scorched, silent land stand as a warning, grave and brand. You may rise in steel and dust, build empires deep in fear or trust. But when the shattered empire draws its breath, all you've built may burn to death. Thank you for watching the continuation of Napoleon's tragic story. I'm sorry about the bugged Imperial quest chains. By the time the issues surfaced, I was too far into the playthrough to fix or trace the cause of the issue. Honestly, to me, it's insane how much attention my previous video received. Thank you all again for the support, and now here's a time lapse of the rise and fall of the Forgotten Dominion. Peace out.